All right. Good morning. We so excited to learn about contracts today. Awesome. I'm going to remind y'all too that Kinsey was there, that Wednesdays from 2 to 3 we have a webinar, and I'll tell you, I think we got some good info on it. You know, everyone was asking good questions, kind of connecting the dots for important parts that belong to this contract or to the listing representation or the listing agreement, and even with buyers. So if you guys can attend that, you should have gotten an email. If you didn't get an email, let me know. I did post a link on Facebook as well, so if you need it there, you just log on from there, and it's the same link every week. You'll just come back to the same link. And they're recorded, and I believe at some point I'll figure out how to send out the link for the recordings. That way if you want to go back and see what we talked about, or if like, what did she say about that? But we'll also circle back to other topics too and talk about the form. Because really once you start doing business, or it may be that you've been doing business for a while and then all of a sudden you get this situation that you've never seen before. And a lot of times the forms that we talked about will help. So definitely try to log into those. It is Zoom. Zip into Zoom.
What's the time of that?
2 to 3 every Wednesday. Okay. Yes, and you can literally Zoom from your phone or from your computer anywhere you're at. If you're in your car, you just pull over, and it's just an hour of your time. I think everyone's taking a lot of notes on Wednesdays, so if you have a notebook with you for that, it'd be good. But again, it will be recorded. I just got to figure out how to send the link, since that was our first charter, you know, out into open waters there with that. So awesome. Okay, today we're going to learn about residential contracts, the 1 to 4. We're going to talk about the condo contract, and then we're going to talk about some addenda that go along with these specific contracts. This is interactive, so you can ask questions, stop me at any point, you know, just let me know if you're confused or if there's some gray area you need to clarify. The other thing is, you know, sometimes you're going to learn all of these things, and then you're going to go out and do a deal, and you're going to call me, and you're going to be like, hey, Kristen, I know that I learned all this stuff in contracts class. Can you explain it to me again? Because now you have a deal, and it looks different. So if there's specifics that you're unsure of, ask. You can stop me and say, hey, you know what, I really want to kind of clarify this more because I'm not understanding it. And the better you understand it, the better you'll be able to handle your transaction. And if you get, let's say, a deal and someone on the other side doesn't really understand why you're doing something or understand the way the contract's written, you're going to see that a lot. If that were to happen, then you'd be in a situation where you should have the confidence to know how to kind of navigate through it together. Does that make sense? Okay, awesome. Y'all are on this side, so I'm going to be like focusing here this whole time. I think we have a couple that are coming. They're just running a little behind. So, all right. So I just put on the bottom again, reminding you this is an interactive class. But make sure your phones and computer noises are off. Sometimes if I hear something, I just get unfocused and I'll completely forget where I'm at. So it may happen anyways. I'm just warning you. All right. Yeah.
I've got a phone call from my son's teacher.
Yeah, please. Always. You're welcome to step out at any time. I'll do my best to break us every hour. And then we have lunch around noon. Okay? So, no worries. All right, so I'm going to start with the office policy on compliance. This is a document that you have, not just in front of you, but it's also on your dot loop. And when Mary sends you kind of the Georgetown Compliance Handbook, I believe is what the loop is called, this will be included in that. So you can go through and review it. This is super important. The reason why compliance in our process is so important is because when everyone follows the process as it's written, okay, what's going to happen is, let's say you guys have a deal, and for some reason they're going to close early, and you need your DA sooner rather than, you know, the 2 weeks later than that you could have expected it. What happens is, Yeah. Oh, a disbursement authorization. So that is a form that goes to the title company and will tell them how to pay you, how to pay Keller Williams, how to pay the other agents, and all of that. So ours specifically says how they're going to pay you and how to pay KW. That's how you get paid. It's really important. And it's really important that you get it to the title company 3 days prior to closing, if not sooner. And that's a challenge to do right now, because what we're seeing in the compliance process is that agents are kind of forgetting to turn their paperwork in, or they forget a document, or stuff wasn't filled out correctly. And we're kind of playing catch up, right? And so what we need for everyone to do is follow this process to a T as much as possible. There's going to be an instance, possibly, once or twice a year, where you have a deal that just is different. It gets closed early. It gets closed late. It's a cash deal, and you guys are closing in 6 days. And those are the times when our compliance director needs to be available to kind of rush your deal, right? But what's happening right now is we see a lot of deals coming in, and by a lot I mean 20 or 30 deals that need to be closed in the next 3 days. And so we're working really hard, at least on the foundational level, for y'all just coming in to understand why the process is the way that it is, and so that way we can kind of get everyone on board. And so this is what it is. So how-tos. So when you sign, and you guys will sign policies and guidelines manual, and in that it talks about the paperwork policy too and what's required. But you have to have all signed documentation in the file server provided within 72 hours of signing. For instance, the file server is .loop currently. Okay, so the first one is listings. When you go and you take a listing, even if it's not going on the market for 2 weeks, if it's signed and executed, it needs to be put in .loop within 72 hours of it being executed, period. It needs to be in .loop. And then you need to submit for review within 72 hours of signing, or 24 hours after the MLS is activated. So for instance, if you are unsure if you filled it out correctly, or if there's something missing, especially when it's your first couple of deals, what you want to do is to make sure that you just submit it, or send it to me, or ask somebody, hey, can you review my file real quick just to make sure I have everything good, okay? However, it has to be submitted within 24 hours of it going live on the MLS. So that way Mary can go in and see, make sure everything, your I's are dotted, T's are crossed, making sure that the MLS form is filled out correctly, making sure there's no errors before you get too far into the process, okay? Listing agreement changes need to be made on the amendment to listing. So a while back, it used to be common for people to take the listing agreement and just scratch something out and make a change after it was executed. Once it's executed, that document shouldn't be changed unless you're going to do an amendment. That's in the loop. And the amendment to listing, you're going to just state what's going to be changed, and then you'll add that to the loop and submit it.
What would be an example of an amendment to listing?
Let's say you're going to change the listing price. Let's say the listing agreement states it's going to be $172,000, and your buyers or your sellers change their mind and they want to sell it at $175,000. So you would use the amendment to listing to change that in the listing agreement.
Do you also use that, like if there was like a price reduction or something?
Yeah.
You would have to go in.
Yep.
Any changes to that?
Any changes to whatever's on the listing agreement needs to be done on amendment to listing.
Okay.
You'll never go back to the executed agreement and scratch something and change it there. Okay. Same thing with the buyer agreement. It's always amendment to the buyer tenant agreement.
Okay.
And then termination or withdrawal is done on amendment to listing, and then amendment added to the file and sent to Avis and Donna, because once you go ahead and terminate or cancel the listing, we have to withdraw it from the MLS. Okay, so your broker has to do that. All right. Contracts and file contracts is if you have a buyer. So it needs to be within 72 hours of execution of the contract along with signed buyer documents. I prefer this when I'm doing business. I would like to get my stuff in right away prior to, so that way while I'm in the option period, if something looks funny or whatever and Mary can alert me to that, then I have that option. The other option is it needs to be no later than 24 hours out of option, meaning if the option period ends today at 5 o'clock, it needs to be submitted by tomorrow at 5 o'clock, okay? So you can either submit a contract, meaning this 1 to 4 that we're going to go over, you could submit that loop 72 hours after you've executed a contract, or 24 hours, up to 24 hours after the option. Any questions on that?
So that's not, like if the option was 10 days, you could wait 10 days plus the one.
Yes.
24 hours after that?
Yes.
Before you put it in the loop?
Yes, you can. I don't recommend it.
Yeah.
And the reason why I don't recommend that long, especially if you have a long option period and you have like a short, if let's say you're taking 60 days to close, well then 10 days is, not as big in the grand scheme of things. But if you're only doing 30-day close and you have a 15-day option or a 10-day option, you're almost halfway done with the deal. And so it does put us a little bit behind on compliance to get your loop where it needs to be. Okay?
So if they terminate, like up under paperwork C1C, terminate or withdraw, is that like, when would that happen? Because once you sign the listing agreement, how can they terminate?
They can terminate with you for a million reasons.
Okay.
Yep. Same thing with a buyer rep. They can cancel with you if necessary. Yep. Yep. And it does happen for a million reasons. Sometimes it's just that they decided not to sell.
Yeah.
And it's nothing against you. It's just maybe their job transfer fell through or whatever. We had an instance where someone was going to sell and buy, and the mother was going to sell and move in with the daughter, and then the mother passed. And then it was like, well, the daughter wasn't going to go anywhere at that point. She didn't necessarily, 1, have the energy, or 2, have the reason. So, okay. So I'm not going to go too much through the transactions, but there's some information there about it. Also, what's in a file. It's going to talk to you about how to do statuses, and then what does compliance look for. Now remember, it's not compliance's job to fix all of your mistakes. It's your job to know how to fill out these contracts and understand them enough that you're aware of, by filling something out, what the implication is, okay? So, sometimes you're gonna miss a box. It's very easy to miss a checked box. Those checked boxes could equal a lawsuit if they're not checked, right? So, although I understand it's fairly easy to miss a box, we're gonna make sure we do whatever we can to review it as many times to make sure there's nothing missed or something filled out incorrectly, okay? And then Mary, of course, will go back in and check you. But ultimately, the liability lies on y'all's shoulders just to make sure that you guys have everything filled out correctly. But they're gonna do everything they can, like if there's a mud notice and you weren't aware there was a mud or something like that, they're gonna remind you of that. But oftentimes, now remember, like we said, if you're 10 days in and you're out of option and something comes up that you didn't know of and compliance wasn't able to catch it because it wasn't submitted in time, there's nothing we can do. We're really just telling you after the fact, hey, you kind of forgot a document and this was important. So if you're unsure, call me, okay? And if it's something super tedious or that I can't answer, then we will get a hold of Mary, or we'll get a hold of Avis if it's a broker question, or Scott will come in on the deal and we'll handle it that way, okay? And that's rare, few and far in between, but definitely if you have doubts, when in doubt, ask. You're not bothering anybody. One more thing I'm going to mention on all of those documents. For instance, if you have a listing agreement, that date of execution needs to be before it's actively listed in the MLS. So you can't list in the MLS and then go back and have the listing agreement signed. Same thing for a buyer's rep. A lot of agents are in the practice of not getting a buyer's rep signed right away. Now, you kind of harm yourself because the buyer's rep really protects your commission, and it protects your client's fiduciary, your responsibility to your client in terms of fiduciary responsibility, right? However, if you're going to go into a contract, let's say you go out with a brand new buyer, they buy within 3 hours of you guys meeting, you execute a contract and you don't have a buyer's rep, that's an issue. So make sure you have a buyer's rep signed before you enter or execute a contract. So if you go show a property first, 1, for safety reasons, you should always meet them in the office, or you should meet them at a Starbucks or at a public place and do a buyer's consultation. At that point, get a buyer's rep signed. If they won't sign the buyer's rep, you take the risk by going and showing them properties. At some point, they could just leave and go to another agent, and you're not going to get paid for doing the work. But let's say you go show them properties, and they want to write an offer. At that point, you're going to want to sign a buyer's representation agreement and get that executed, and then write up the offer. Does that make sense? Okay, because I hear it all the time, well, you know, they're friends, so we'll sign the buyer's rep when we need to. That's your risk. However, I would suggest doing that up front, and it needs to be done before you execute an offer. Does that make sense? Cool. All right. This is the document checklist for contracts, so you guys will have that there. You'll notice on that page that it has like little check boxes for yes. There's not any no's. So if it's a no, then you just wouldn't check it. You'll see under agent notes kind of over here in this area. These are fillable in dot loop, so they'll automatically be open. If you click over to them, you can put notes in here. Why would you do that? Well, for instance, on survey and T47, if they don't have a survey, they're obviously also not going to have a T47. So instead of clicking yes, you put a note over here, seller does not have survey, will be negotiated in contract. Something just real simple. And then once it's negotiated, you'll go back in here and make a note and say, the buyer's going to purchase the survey. Do blank, whatever. And then, you know, once the survey is done and in the loop, you can go back and check yes and make a note and say, you know, survey is now in loop, no T47 because survey is new. Okay, so what you're doing is every time you're updating it and you're submitting it for review, Mary can go in and look at this as a whole and see what's going on in the deal without having to call you, text you, message you, and take all that extra time to ask you a question that if you just take 2 seconds and let her know what's going on, she will love you for it. I promise you. Okay? Any questions on this?
So up there under seller's disclosure, we're not supposed to use that TAR, right?
So it's TAR and TR now. That's okay. Right. So yes, you'll just cross out only use the TREC.
And there was another one. Is that the only one?
I think that's the only one for now. And then obviously you'll go through and check this as necessary. So once you get everything submitted and you're executed under a contract, then you'd go ahead and fill out your green sheet or whatnot.
Green sheets.
A green sheet. Have you taken orientation with Lauren yet? She might have discussed that with you. Okay.
I may have just forgot.
That's okay. So a green sheet is the way in which we know how to pay you. So it is electronic kind of a form that you go in, you fill out, and it's going to tell you exactly, or it's going to tell actually Ryan how you need to be paid. So for instance, if you get a deal and there's a referral on it, then on your green sheet, you're going to know what that is. So we don't have time to go into that today, but that's definitely something we can do a webinar and training on.
And the documents on.
It is, yes. Yep, the ins and outs, yep. Yep. Now, green sheets at some point will be going away, but for right now, you're going to have to use them once you start getting your deals to get paid. Okay. You'll notice down here in the second part that says additional documents as apply. Obviously, you're not going to be required to use all these documents unless they're needed. So, intermediary relationship notice. Does anyone know why you'd use that document? Yes.
If two agents, one's a buyer and one's a listing agent, one's a buyer, and they're from the same brokerage, we would have to have.
Yep. If they have the same broker. Yep. Yep. So for instance, us and Round Rock, we have the same broker. So we would use intermediary even if you're doing a deal with a Round Rock agent, even though they're not in the Georgetown Market Center. Okay. But yes, correct. And so,
When else?
that would be it. If you have the same broker, that's when you use it. Okay. General information notice to a buyer, you will always use that if you have a buyer. It's really an important document. If you take a representation class, we weren't able to do the buyer's rep one this week because we thought it was going to rain, and then it was like a beautiful summer day. Yeah. And then the day before when we thought it wasn't going to rain, it poured down. So what are you going to do? But general information notice to a buyer is really important that you use that with your buyers. So definitely come to a buyer's rep class and learn why that's so important for you, because that's a great one that's necessary. Referral form only if it's a referral. Inspector information, I give that both to my sellers and buyers. You'll see that here in just a second. Come on in. Addendum for propane gas service area. It's going to be very rare that you use that. Lead-based paint. Austin Energy audit. That form is necessary if you are selling a property that uses Austin Energy. Austin Energy, if you go on their website, it's going to give you information about the audit and what's required. Again, when in doubt, ask. If you have a property that's in Austin or in like an ETJ of Austin, you're going to want to call Austin Energy and you're going to want to say, hey, we have this property, this is the address, we're about to put it on the market, I need to know if I need to get an Austin Energy audit. And they will tell you yes or no, and then you'll move forward as required. Okay? Commission concession, that is, of course, if you're going to somehow give a commission concession, that needs team leader approval. Addendum for sale of other property by buyer, that is a contingency offer. We talked about that in our webinar the other day. That was really good. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry,
No, you're okay.
I planned to be here so bad.
It's okay. Seller's temporary residential lease. So that is if the seller is going to lease the property after they close on it, after the sale is done, that will be required. Short sale addendum. Addendum for properties subject to a mandatory membership in an owners association. So if it's in a homeowners association, you'll need that. Information about on-site sewer facility. That's really required if it's going to be attached to the TAR, seller's disclosure notice, which we are not using. We're only using TREC. The MUD notice, okay, let's kind of stop with the MUD notice for a second. MUD notices are super important. And if you're the listing agent, you need to provide them to the other side before you accept or execute an offer, period. That's the rule. If there is a MUD, you have to disclose it, okay?
Should be like on with the seller's disclosure, the survey.
Correct, correct. Yeah, because the buyer can get out of the contract if that's not disclosed. And again, that's not in your seller's best interest, you know?
Gets it for us?
Actually, good question. Title company can pull that for you. However, it's best that you do your due diligence and search for it first. Because oftentimes if they were to post a new one, the title company may not have the newest version. So go ahead and check whatever MUD district's website. It's called Notice to Purchaser. That's typically what they'll state the name is on the website. Notice to Purchaser. And you'll be able to pull the MUD. Now there are a few MUD districts that don't post theirs as readily available as others. So that's when you'd call a title company and be like, hey, you know what? I have searched everywhere for this MUD notice and I am challenged in finding it. Can you help me out with that? And they'll print you one. If you are in the northern area, Temple Belton, Fort Hood, Killeen, Copperas Cove, it's been said that, well, we just do this at closing. That's fine, except that doesn't protect your seller. Because again, it's stated that that has to be given and disclosed or the buyer has a way out of the contract. So we... Yes, absolutely. So you absolutely need to disclose. It doesn't matter to me whether you're north or south or east or west. Your best practice should always be to disclose that ahead of time before execution of the contract. Same thing with the lead-based paint addendum. If you're disclosing something on the property, it needs to be disclosed before a buyer executes an offer, period. Period, period, period. Because then that way you can be assured that you've given all the information, or if you're the buyer's agent, that your buyers have received all the information, and now it's up to you to do the final due diligence and making sure you're doing your inspections and getting guidance from, you know, professionals and those types of things. But as long as you have it in front of you, that's going to protect you, seller, or you, buyer, the most. Yes, ma'am.
So do most homes have a MUD?
That's a hard question to answer. I would say it just depends on where you're located. You'd be surprised at what it's, and it's not just a MUD, it's also just a water district, or I've seen recently road districts, which are like a water district or a MUD district. Yeah, so you're going to want to make sure that you...
MLS, right?
Yeah, so...
Like Like on Williamson County, I was looking at their, I was looking up an address and
Uh-huh.
it listed like 6 or 7 things besides the
I
mud
lived in
and
2
all the
places in
taxes and all
Roosevelt,
that.
Edinburgh.
Oops.
So you just find this through the county?
Yep. Yep. So you can always ask your clients if they know if they're in a mud district, but here's where the tell is, okay? So this is the taxing
Yeah.
entities and exemptions that a property holds. This is my address. And so you can see this is like some kind of district, Williamson, ESD, Williamson County tax, Austin comptroller. This is like the road tax looks like. I'm in Round Rock ISD, so I get taxed for that. And here's Upper Brushy Creek Water District.
That's the one, right?
That is a water
That's
district.
what I had. I
Correct.
had
Instead of mud, it's the water district.
Correct. Correct. And you can click on it, okay? Sometimes you will get lucky enough
See the notice to purchase.
to get to the right website. I will tell you oftentimes it's not on this one, but I'll see. Okay, let's see. So it's not. What really it should be taking you to, and that's on their part, but it's a Brushy Creek. So you go, if you spell it right. Oh, I didn't spell it right still, even though I thought I did. Okay, Brushy Creek. Water District. So it's there. And then over here, up on top, document resources, notice to purchaser. Make sure you click it right. There we go. And this is what it'll show.
So you just print that out and,
Yeah, so actually the nice thing about Brushy Creek is that it's fillable, so you can actually fill your seller's information in there, and then you print it out, and then your seller will sign. Then this gets posted on the MLS with the seller's disclosure or everything else. It's not an attachment to the seller's disclosure. It's like the survey T47, seller's disclosure, water district or mud district or road district, right? And then what'll happen is when they go to write an offer, what I ask for is I want all the documents back signed, including the water district notice. And so the buyers will sign under purchaser, and then they'll provide that back. They will sign this again at closing, yes, but this is pre-disclosure, so they don't have a way out later based on this specific document.
okay, so in addition to that, when you were on the Williamson County, there was all those other tax stuff.
Mhm.
Does that need to be printed out, or they can go online?
Nope, just the water districts, mud districts, road districts. Yeah, if it's in a specific district. Because all those other taxes are going to be normal for people that are in a certain location. I mean, you may be in, let's say, Round Rock, but you might be on like the Pflugerville line and an ETJ. Maybe you were rezoned, who knows? You might have a different school tax. You might be in an Austin Community College district, so there might be an Austin, ACC tax there, or UT or whatever, whatever taxes you can consider. Those are fairly normal. The difference is with MUDs, the reason why you're disclosing is because it costs them. So for instance,
Disclosure in the contract, and it usually throws people, they usually go, whoa, what's this, like, somebody I know had that happen, and it's really just part of your tax for that particular area. And it's
Yeah.
broken down in there.
well, and it may be a big enough difference to not purchase, right? So if you can see here, let me see if I have right there. So it says it's located in a district that charges 0.02 cents on each $100 of assessed valuation. I've seen ones as high as 30 cents
Oh, wow.
on every $100. And if you've got a $400,000 or $500,000 house, it can make it so that you're not even financially apt to be able to purchase this property, right? And you would want to know that. The only other one you're not going to see this in is in Georgetown Village is a PID a public improvement district, they do have an additional tax that does need to be disclosed. So what I did when I listed in that area is just, I posted the link to the PID on,
It's PUDs.
it's a public improvement district, it's a PID. And it runs like an HOA. They're gonna look to see if your garbage cans are outside your house when they're not supposed to, even though it says it's not in an HOA. Okay, and this is kind of the older section of Georgetown Village. There may be something different in the newer section or the section across the street. But those things you need to be aware of and just disclose. Hey, buyer's agent, I just want to let you know this isn't a PID. Here's the link to the website. Here's the additional taxes. As you can see on the CAD, it's being taxed. Let me know if you have any questions, okay? Because they don't have a particular form for that, and you don't list it under HOA because it's not an HOA officially, but they do run one. It's just kind of run as a government entity rather than a private citizen or it's through the taxes.
It's just through the tax.
Yeah, whereas an HOA typically is paid to an HOA management company. Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and go back. Okay, great. Good questions. Non-realty items addendum to the contract. If your clients are going to ask for the refrigerator or something within, and I think we'll hit on that here in a little bit, that would be used. Registration between broker and owner, we're going to talk about that. Also registration between brokers, we'll talk about that. Personal property hold harmless agreement. That is a document that you might see in your career. If you purchase a personal property, you will sign one of these. If you get all the way through your deal and there's a whole bunch of stuff that was possibly done incorrectly and it wasn't able to be caught because your loop wasn't submitted, you might find yourself signing one of those personal property hold harmless agreements. Okay, so definitely get your stuff signed because you don't necessarily, it's not a bad thing per se, but it puts more liability on your shoulders. Let's just say that, okay?
Does this mean that if there's a couple of things in the house that they think that it's going to come with the house?
You're talking about for non-realty items?
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Not attached.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, so like the refrigerator, the washer dryer, the furniture.
And they just presume it's coming.
No, I'm going to put you on hold for that question because we're going to talk about this document and talk about your different options. Because what you're talking about is an exclusion versus something that conveys, and we're going to talk about that here in just a second. Okay?
Can I ask a question about
Yep.
the form that we just talked about? And one more question because I missed it more than likely. This checklist is designed for us here, for maybe our team lead or somebody that can make sure that we've done things.
This checklist is looked at by compliance. So you'll fill this out. I included in, yes, Mary. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll put this in the top of my loop. Like I'll have all my rep docs and I'll put my contract docs in there, this contract list. And then I'll go in, you check the boxes, and then you fill it out appropriately as needed. It is, yes.
And you're able to check it in that.
Yes, yeah, these are all fillable.
And then, so back, what the other question is, we just talked about, was it personal property hold harmless agreement?
Mhm.
I missed that a little bit. What is that again, one more time?
That's a document, we're not gonna get too deep into that today, but it's a document that basically you would sign if you do a personal property, like if you're selling or buying your own property, you would sign that form. It's based on our policies and guidelines. And then because there's certain things you have to do if you're purchasing a property or selling a property
Yes,
to protect you. It's just higher liability for you. Okay, and then the second thing is if you get all the way through a deal and it's a mess and there's been stuff and maybe it wasn't submitted. I mean, we have deals that go through and don't get submitted and then people want to get paid, but there were things missing or important to the deal that could have caused an issue, then you would sign a form like this. So you would basically take responsibility.
I'm not health, I'm health.
It's more on the broker's perspective. Yeah, so you have more liability, yeah. So I would suggest reading over the form. It is in .loop. You're welcome to review it and see and ask Mary or Avis if you have more detailed questions.
You having some ownership or?
That's right. That's right. I mean, here's the thing. Our job ultimately is to protect you, and even more so to protect Avis's license. Because if Avis doesn't have a license, 220 some odd agents don't, plus Round Rock, don't have licenses, right? And so we always want to make sure that her license is protected. And sometimes the agent will take on more liability because they're choosing to make decisions in a transaction that are risky. I don't ever recommend it. If you have questions about risk or how to do something, or if something was done wrong or right or whatnot, ask first. This is not a do it and ask for forgiveness later situation. This is a, hey Mary, hey Kristen, hey Scott, hey Avis. This deal is I feel funny, there's something missing, am I missing something? How do I move forward so we can protect you from having to, take on too much liability. I mean, there's always a pretty good amount of liability, right? It's just what we do. People can sue you for anything nowadays, but the reality is that as we walk through the process, if we're, following the law and doing what we're supposed to do and working with best business practice, we don't have to worry about it, okay? Except in personal, and then that's just a given for us to be able to do personal transactions. All right? Okay, the amendment, those are supplemental. You will do amendments. Buyers walk through an acceptance form, and then you have termination docs, which is the notice of termination of contract and release of earnest money. Any other questions? Great questions. All right. Okay, let's see. Go back. Oh, I forgot I could just scroll on down.
So it's right in there, this form is called document checklist. Okay?
Yep.
I still gotta get in there, I got all that stuff.
Sorry if I make you dizzy. All right, your IAVS. So how many of y'all have had this kind of hammered into your brain in classes and, right, you hear about this? Yeah. Super important document. This needs to be given pretty much right away. And I'll have agents who are having this signed like after they're showing property or no. This needs to be, if you're having a substantial conversation about real estate, you need to have this signed. And your script is, this is not tying you to me or me to you. This document does not state that I'm going to represent you. You're not hiring me with this document. This document is helping you to understand a few things. The first thing is you have the right to hire any agent that you want. It is your choice, okay? And it talks about
Broker relationships with me or with agents.
Right, so it talks about here what happens if I'm an agent for a seller and what happens if I'm an agent for the buyer. Most importantly, it talks about what my minimum duties are and that you understand that anybody that's a realtor has these same minimum duties, these same responsibilities, meaning that I hold fiduciary responsibility to you if you were to choose to hire me as your agent today. Okay, the next portion of it talks about intermediary transactions. There's two types of intermediary. The first type is, let's say I have a listing and my sellers are willing to do an intermediary transaction because they check the box in the listing agreement, and Kinsey brings a buyer because her buyer says, yes, I will allow an intermediary transaction. I'll let my agent work with another agent from her office, and we have the same broker, okay? And that means that I can show your listing to any of the agents in my office or any office that's held under a broker's license that's the same as ours, and that you'd be okay with entertaining an offer and even possibly following through with an offer with this intermediary transaction. The second form of intermediary transaction is when I have a listing and you are my seller, and I have a buyer, and they're my buyer, and my buyer wants to buy your Mr. Seller, Mrs. Seller listing, okay? That is an intermediary transaction as well. The difference is that if we do that form of intermediary transaction, I can no longer negotiate for either parties. So really, they need to negotiate their own terms. I cannot advise on how to do pretty much anything except fill out the form. Oh, you want this much of an option period.
A lot of high-end homes do it because basically the person that's doing high-end homes is bringing buyers too. And
Yeah, you have to have.
I'll bring the buyer in.
Yeah, you have to have permission, and sometimes there's a commission negotiation on that. But you, the agents, need to determine if that's something that is right for you. It's not ever anything that I practiced. Bottom line is, it's not about the commission for me. And once I choose to follow in that, and put myself in that role, and of course Avis has to give me permission to do that. If I choose to move forward in that role, then I am no longer holding any type of responsibility for negotiating, which when we first contracted, that was one of my biggest values as an agent, is that I can negotiate what they want, or I can negotiate what they want. And once that goes away, then yes, you get my expertise on filling out contracts, but So oftentimes I'll refer, and it really just depends on the situation who I'll refer. And I just let them know that. That's a very gray area. I don't work within that area, but you're understanding that those options are available, and then you'll just initial here saying that I've given you this form, and you understand you can hire anyone you want, and the intermediary process. Do you have any questions? The pushback you're going to get is, well, I don't really want to sign it. Well, that's okay. Can you sign that? Can you initial and put down that I didn't want to sign this, that I'm not hiring you, because you're not understanding that I'm not asking you to hire me as your agent, okay? If they don't want to sign it, that's okay. Give them this form, hand it to them, take a copy, write the date on it, and put, I have given this, and explain it to the buyer or the seller. They've chosen not to sign this form, and put it in the loop and let Mary know. Okay, so at least you have Mary. Yeah, so on that contract checklist over here, it's going to say IABS. Where's that at? Information about brokerage services. You could click, don't even click yes, just put over here, put in blank 1C notes. And then that way she knows exactly what happened. Okay?
Does that happen often where they deny signing it? Is it just for, like, not understanding?
It depends on how you explain it.
Yeah.
Okay, because our jobs as agents is to help calm the fear, and most people don't want to sign it because they're scared. They're scared you're going to hold them responsible for something, and they're already scared to death to move forward in this process of buying or selling, right? And so when you're like, here, sign this form right out the gate, they're like, wait a second, what do you mean you want me to sign something? I'm not hiring you.
It's really a
It's okay.
reflection of the legal perspective within the industry. You
Mhm.
really don't have anything to do with it. All you're doing is identifying what us all as agents and brokers have duty to you.
That's right.
And that's whoever you may choose, however you may choose them.
Yeah.
It's just a reflection of the industry's legal position.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great way to put it. But just noting it, and at least that you're giving it to them. It's great to have them initial, but at least that you're giving it to them, okay? Or having a conversation so that you've explained it to them. Okay, so if they, for instance, if they refuse to sign it, but you've already given it to them, when you go to write an offer and you have the buyer rep, once you have the buyer rep, I put this in with the buyer's rep too, and they're going to sign it then. Because then they're already hiring me. They're not going to push it back. But I'm still going to have that first initial conversation with them, and if they choose to push it back and you don't necessarily, you're not like arguing with them. I've had a couple very stern people like, I'm just not going to sign anything right now. Look, that's okay. Do you understand the form as I've read it to you? Great. I'm going to go ahead. You're going to watch me. I'm going to notate it. I'm going to give you a copy, and we'll just move forward. Okay?
And also, doesn't it identify in there that there's a certain amount of information you can't reveal to them unless they do acknowledge that?
It does. It does. It does. Yeah. It does. Exactly. All right. Okay. We're doing good
Why
on
did
time.
the older agents don't do it as soon as the newer agents?
Well, remember, there used to be a thought process that you don't even really have to have a buyer's rep. And I think that still is a complacent thought that is still rampant in our industry. And the reality is that agent is really putting their commission and their responsibility at risk, because now they're running around showing houses, possibly even negotiating, right? How many people go, oh, well, what if my buyer brings an offer and we do a lease, a residential lease? Well, that's negotiation, really. And if you're not contracted and information, your buyer's like, hey, then it's not confidential, even though it still should be. It still should be, but you really need that document and explain to your buyer, like, I want to be responsible to you, and I want to be able to hold all of your information confidential, and this document states that this is what you're requiring me to do and what the state of Texas requires me to do. You know, so getting that sign is super important, way ahead of time. Okay? All right, next form is the wire fraud form. Anybody remember the story recently of possibly someone losing $470 some odd thousand? Okay, so this is super important. This is affecting not just clients but realtors as well. Okay, so and title companies and brokers and like the whole gambit, right? The more you're educated on this topic, the better you're going to be at like noticing when something's out of place and being able to catch it. So this form here, the TAR form, is buyers and sellers beware, and it talks about what is wire fraud, how do you protect yourself from it, and then you're going to sign it as a broker associate, and then the seller or the buyer are going to sign this. It goes to either party. If you're the seller, of course, it'll go to the seller. If you have the buyer, it'll go to the buyer. The most important thing here is that you have a conversation and don't just hand this over and expect them to read it and grasp the concept. The conversation can look something like, here is a wire fraud warning. The reason why this is important is because this is rampant in the real estate industry and others where people are sending large sums of money back and forth through wire transfer. It's really important that you understand that I will never email you and ask you to transfer me money through a wire. Title company, if they do email you wire transfer instructions, it will be under lock and key. It should be password protected. If it is not, you need to call them or me, and we'll make sure we get you the right instructions. I will make sure you get in touch with the title company, the right person. They're going to verbalize the instructions to you. You can make sure they're correct before you send your money. Does that make sense?
Password protected, isn't it not maybe a good idea to say, look, it's good that you got that and we're moving forward, but just call the title company and confirm.
Yes. So the next step would be, so you should be sending out information to your clients this entire time. The only time they should end up wiring money for any reason is typically going to be at closing for their closing costs, their down payment, or whatever that whatever they're needing to bring, right? So if that's the case, then you'll send them an email prior to. Remember, I will not send you an email asking you for wiring instructions. When the time comes for you to wire, and then I would put that in there, please, call the title company, verify what their routing number is and all the wiring instructions, wire it, and then call them back and confirm they've received it. Because if something were to happen in that process and they got a number wrong or something, then at least you have an opportunity to catch it. Is it 100%? No, right? It's not 100% on catching it. However, if you've called first and verified, you've called after and verified, you're going to sleep better. I'm going to sleep better knowing that your money is sitting at title waiting for your closing. Okay?
I can't imagine that.
Yeah, phew. It's a tough thing. It's a tough.
I don't know, I guess they were in love. I would probably just sit for a while and thought.
So, all right. Let's see. Is it warm in here? Okay. I'm going to turn this down. It might freeze you out for a second because it gets really cold and it gets really hot. But someone put it to 82.
Oh, wow.
Good Lord. Okay, I put it to 73. It's 73 in here right now. So, yeah, we'll just see how that goes. Okay, so do y'all need a break yet? Are we doing okay? Okay, we'll move on and then we'll break here in just a bit then. Contractual stuff, I think, sometimes can get a little, wobbly, discombobulated, right? Discombobulate your brain. So definitely, if we need a break, we'll take a break because we're getting into the fun stuff now, right? Okay, so this is the 1-to-4 residential contract for resale, okay? So you would use this on a residential transaction. If it's farmer ranch, you would use farmer ranch. If it's condo, we're going to talk about the condo contract here in just a minute. But this is just for residential resale.
So this is not new home?
No, there is a new home one as well. So parties, under paragraph number 1, the parties to the contract are, so first, of course, they're going to be the seller's name, one, both, all, and they need to be the legal names. I would check the CAD, and I would ask your sellers, if you're carrying the sellers, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, Do you spell your name correctly? This is what's on the CAD. Is this how it's legally done? Do you have a driver's license? Whatever. Let's see your driver's license. Put them on there. However they would legally be stated, because that should be what's on title. Okay? And then, of course, buyers, same way. Now, if it's an LLC or whatnot, then you would fill it out appropriately if that's the case, or a trust. Okay? Any questions on that part? All right. Property 2. Oh, let me go back to 1. Don't assume. Okay, so don't assume, like if you're taking a buyer out and you just have one buyer, you need to ask the question. And of course, you would learn this in a buyer's representation class to say, hey, is there anybody else that's going to be purchasing the property with you? Is there anybody else that's going to be on the loan? Is there anybody else that's going to take title with you? They need to be on the contract. Okay, they're going to need to sign and agree to all the same terms that you are. Okay, any questions on that? Awesome.
Well,
Yes.
okay, so I have this couple that I'm working with, and it's a guy,
Mm-hmm.
and he has a girlfriend.
Okay.
Thinking about buying a house, but then they told me that the girlfriend's mother might give him some money. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that her name is gonna be on the.
Depends on what the lender says. So you would call the lender. If they're pre-approved, call the lender and say, are there anybody else? I heard that possibly there might be some other, like a financial gifter involved. Are they just going to gift the money? Do they need to be on the title? What does that look like? When in doubt, ask. And the lender is a great person to be in communication with. Whether you're the seller or the buyer, you can always reach out to the lender and ask questions. Great question. Property, number 2, paragraph 2. So paragraph 2A is land. You're going to find that in the county appraisal district. So again, let's go back here real quick so I can give you a real overview, maybe. There it goes. Whoop. So right here in legal description, okay. So lot is 15, block is C, subdivision, Forest Creek, section 36, city of Round Rock. Down here is the mailing address. And then, of course, the address, 211 Nick Faldo Trail, 78664. That's how that would be written in there. Any questions on that?
And that's the CAD that you originally pulled up for.
Mm-hmm. Yep, best place to find it is right there. And if
So if we're not dealing with Williamson County, what's the one for
Travis CAD. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
So Williamson CAD, Travis CAD?
WCAD. Just really your best friend is Google. I'm telling y'all, just Google it. If you're in Hays County, say, Hays County Appraisal District, or Appraisal District for Bell County, okay? Oftentimes it's going to be WCAD or Travis CAD, Bell CAD, whatnot. But Google it just in case, okay? Great question. All right. So 2AB. Now this is a really important part of the contract. B and C and D. Well, I'm kidding. They're all important, but those 3 go together. Okay. Let me clarify. Sorry. But the reason why I'm saying that these portions are important is because this is where
You lose your commission.
yes. Oh, here. Let me see. There, right here. Improvements. C, accessories, and D, exclusions. And this is kind of what we were talking about, Sharon. Right there. Now, I have a little form that has pictures of improvements and accessories that my clients love because a lot of people are visual. And when you put this many words in a paragraph, even though they don't necessarily want to, they miss a bunch of stuff. And once, they're 30 days into a deal, they've forgotten about this really important couple paragraphs. Yeah. And they take stuff like the curtains or, the pool equipment. And you, the agent, on closing day are trying to scramble to get a deal done, and you end up buying curtains or a couch. I had to buy a couch.
So
Mm-hmm.
is this form that you created?
So I have a photo form. I don't know if I have it in here. Let me see.
I have it.
Do you have it? Can you pull it out? I'll show y'all what hers looks like. We did a listing class the other night, and I gave it to everybody who was there. It was, it's something that I have in my listing presentation because I take it, I open the book, because I have a book, I open the book to that, and then I sit this next to it, and I read it. Yeah, and I have a color copy version of it.
And listing class, will that happen again?
Yes. Yep, we'll do it again. So improvements, the house, garage, and all other fixtures and improvements attached to the above described real property, including without limitation the following permanently installed and built-in items. Had a good question the other day. If a bed is hanging from the ceiling, like it's screwed into the ceiling, does that stay? Well, if it is screwed into the ceiling, it stays, okay? So if any, all equipment and appliances, valances, screens, shutters, awnings, wall-to-wall carpeting, mirrors, ceiling fans, attic fans. Ceiling fans, let me tell you, I had a seller who refused to sell the property with her ceiling fans in it. She wanted to take them with her, and I said, well, that's fine. All you have to do is take them down now. We're going to take them down before we list the property, put something else in there. I prefer another ceiling fan, especially for the area she was pulling from, which was the living room and the master bedroom. And then that way, they see what they're going to get, because it's very hard for a buyer to discern, even if there's a sticky note on it, because visually they're seeing something in that spot. And if it's mounted to the wall or mounted to the ceiling or screwed on like a really pretty mirror, all of those things you just need to say they will typically stay with the property. If you're going to take them, then we need to let them know that they're going to be taken. Okay, so you'll go through B and C. Accessories are things like if you have a air conditioning unit that sits in a window, that would stay with the property, right on key. Mailbox keys stay. Above ground pool, swimming pool and equipment, artificial fireplace logs, garage doors, entry gates, and other improvements and accessories. Now, if for some reason your seller says, well, I want to take all of my blinds or my window coverings, that's not a problem. You either take them down ahead of time or you put them in D, paragraph 2D, that's exclusions. And anything they want to keep that is in those B and C paragraphs, 2B, 2C, will need to go in 2D if they want to keep them.
The refrigerator, washer, dryer.
No, refrigerator, washer, dryer do not convey. They are not permanently installed or built-in items.
And if they
But
do, they're on a
So
non-local
all
vendor.
equipment and, so appliances, like if you had a microwave sitting on the top, that's a countertop one.
That goes.
That does not
Correct.
stay. But if it's built into the wall.
That
then it
stays, correct.
Okay.
And so the stove and the dishwasher stay because there are specific, especially if you have granite, right? There are specific specifications that was created when the house was built for that to stay there. Okay, so if you were to get if it was like a huge Viking gas range and they pull that, it's going to be hard to replace that or cost thousands to replace that. And then if it was a custom kitchen and the cabinets were designed around that range, you've got a whole slew of problems, right? So all of that, let's say they're going to keep the range. I've had people keep their range. It needs to be in exclusions, and that needs to be stated very clearly in the MLS. Any questions on that?
I have a quick question, like in regards to if they wanted to take the blinds and they excluded it on this document, they don't need to replace them.
Correct.
But if they don't exclude it and they want to take them, they need to replace them with something else before the listing.
Correct.
Okay.
But you can leave them up.
You can leave them up.
Okay.
It's
As long as
best.
you
It's
fit it in
best.
the
It's best to take them down before the property is shown. So this is the offer. So this is the buyer submitting to the seller. So these exclusions are going to be based off whatever's in the MLS, and it really should be on the MLS. Okay. And if let's say you're the listing agent and you forgot to put that they're taking the valances and the curtains, which happens all the time, I'm going to tell you, the seller, if their listing agreement will say that and they just forget to put it in the MLS, it doesn't matter. It was not excluded. So if it is going to be excluded, then you, the listing agent, need to review the offer form, which I'm sure you all will, and you'll make sure that in paragraph 2E, right, or is it D? 2D, that those will be excluded. And if they're not, then of course you're going to send in writing, hey, my sellers were planning on taking the curtains and the valances before we execute this. That needs to be in exclusions.
Now, back to her question, because you kind of threw me there. So, I want the curtains. The
Yep.
window dressings. And so I'm going to take them prior to showing the home. thought she was talking about. So I don't want them to see them to get an impression that they're gonna stay. I'm that type of person. Some people don't wanna take them down because they're still living in the home. But I don't put anything else up. I don't have to put anything else up. The only thing that requires me to put something else up, I wanna stage it. I want it to look right.
Yeah.
So there's no requirement to put anything back up there. I can just leave it, just the window.
Mhm.
They can make the decision on what window comes.
Yeah, when I stage it, if there's no curtains or whatever, I don't put them in there. And a lot of times when I'm sorry, this is like being funky. Every time that's because I'm pressing the wrong. User error. I'm like, why am I at 52? It just keeps going down. No, it was at 71, and so,
Go off and just-
okay. I don't know. This thing is we need a,
Takes a minute to think.
what are those? Yeah. No, we need the ones that like no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Schedule.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, a lot of times when you have the real fancy properties, they have custom the curtains that cost thousands and thousands. I mean, maybe $10,000 to do a whole house full of custom curtains, right? And that's important. A lot of times people just get caught up in the excitement of negotiation, and they're like, no, we're going to keep the curtains. And you're going to look at your seller like, look, were these custom made for this house? Well, yeah. Well, we want to take them. We like them. Are they going to fit in your new living room? Maybe not. Okay, so have those conversations and have them be realistic, because if they feel like they're getting taken advantage of, they're going to fight over those little things, and they're forgetting this is about their biggest investment, not the small things. Even if they cost $10,000, we're talking $400,000 or $10,000. What's the most important thing for you, right?
And in some cases, buyers like the accessories. They like the fact that they cost $10,000, and they're buying the home because the window dressings are done.
Correct.
I know I like messing with that.
Correct. Yes. So the more you have conversations up front, and the same thing with the buyers. If you've got the buyers that are writing this offer, you just say, hey, you know what? These curtains match the kids' bedspreads. There's a chance that they don't come with the property, even though it's not mentioned here. So I'm just going to say, do you like those curtains? Because if you do, I'm going to double check and make sure that they're not planning on taking them because they match the entire room. Okay, so the more you're able to set the expectations, the less your client's going to be like, what do you mean they're taking the curtains? And you're like, well, they had baseball players on them, like the thing. Do you really want baseball? Well, yeah, my son loves baseball too. Okay, well,
You set expectation early on.
yes. These may not convey with the property. It looks like they match the bedspread. Do you want the curtains or do you mind if they go with the property? Because I'll double check if you do want them. And most of the time they're going to say, I don't care. And if they don't care, great. If they stay with the property, great. If they go, they go. But then you'll go over that again. Remember paragraph 2D in exclusions. Remember we talked about that balance. You're just making sure that you're okay if those things go, right? We're not saying that the sellers can keep anything, and they're going to say yes or no. Remember, you're helping them, you're hand-holding them in such a way that you're explaining ahead of time because you're trying to prevent fear or frustration. And fear and frustration happen more so when you get into negotiations about money. And then all of a sudden, the balance that wasn't important was important. So if you don't mention it ahead of time, once they start talking about money and they start the negotiation, they get their feelings hurt, and all of a sudden that balance is worth 20 grand. It's going to ruin it. I want 20 grand off the top of the house because they won't give us the balance. I mean, maybe that's an exaggeration. However, having the conversation up front just eases their concern as they go on in the process. Okay? Awesome. And then it talks about reservations there. Number 3, sales price. So you'll put in paragraph A here. Whoops.
The reservations are not normally
No.
conveyed, so
No, and if they want to know if there's reservations that come with the property, say it's a residential property and it's maybe on an acre or 2 of land, and it's not really a farm and ranch, it's residential with some acreage, and they want reservations, Most of the time I tell them, you know what, you're welcome to talk to the title company about what it would cost for you to hire a lawyer to find out if there's anything involved in that.
Okay.
Because if somebody wants reservations, typically it's going to be a land deal or a farm and ranch deal, and that costs thousands and thousands of dollars to hire a lawyer to do the research. Okay, so number 3, oops, wrong button again. So right here, going across all of this, it needs to be filled out whether it's 0 or nothing, okay? So let's say it's a cash deal, then whatever cash they're putting in, if it's all cash, it'll go there. If it's 3B, it'll be financing. You'll remember to check one of those 3 boxes. It's third-party loan assumption or seller financing, and you'll put the loan amount in there. If there's not going to be a loan, then 0 is fine, okay? And then sales price, sum of A and B. So whatever A and B is should equal the sales price down below. So if it's 0 in the middle, then whatever A is going to equal C. Okay?
Cash down would be like, maybe if somebody's selling a house and then buying, that would be the equity they're bringing over.
Cash down is just cash down. So if you're paying, if your down payment is 3.5%, then the 3.5% of 200,000 is going on the top, and then the 200,000 minus the 300,000 is going to go for the loan amount. So for instance, right here on this cash down portion, that's going to be, like I said, whatever 3.5% of 200,000 is. You just-
Loan amount would be the difference between.
Loan amount would be the difference. Yes, yes. So if it's a, correct. If it's a VA, then you may, there's still sometimes some cash that's brought, but you may have 0 right here in the cash down, and then the whole 200,000 here, and then the total sales price would be 200.
It doesn't matter where the money's coming from.
No.
She asked it.
Yeah,
Coming from a
yes.
sale of a home.
But that's
Yes.
considered, the
still
equity
cash.
that you're gonna be using, that would be your cash part, and then your loan is, okay, never mind.
Yes, yes.
Majority.
Whatever money you're going to use.
Okay.
If you're in a contingency situation, you would still write it. Like if what you're talking about is if you're selling a property and you have some cash from that, yes, but it has to be actual cash dollars, like a check or in a bank. If it's in a property, then that would be a contingency deal. It would be contingent on the sale of that property, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit.
But you'd still have the number up there as.
Yes.
In anticipation that that occurs.
Yeah, because the cash has to come from somewhere.
Okay.
Doesn't really matter where it comes from, whether it's equity or a gift or whatever. It just, whatever the cash down, this is really going to come from the lender. The lender's going to say, you can only get a FHA for 3.5% down. Well, then the 3.5% is going to go down. But if it's a 20% conventional, then they're going to put 20% of the amount there, and then the rest in the middle, and then the lower will equal the 20% total plus the rest of that equals the amount. That's right. So really, C right here, this total sales price, that's the bottom line. How much am I offering for your property? C is what they're looking at, okay? Number 4 is license holder disclosure. When you are either related or own 10% or more,
Relatives or children.
like yeah, if you're a trustee or something in the property, that has to be disclosed. So for instance, if I'm selling my brother's house, then I would have to put here that seller is the brother of licensed listing agent, okay? If you are the buyer is the sister of licensed listing agent, is the mama. Or if it's an LLC that's purchasing or selling the property, then that needs to be in there. And if you have a part in that, yeah, that's correct. And, yep.
When I bought my in-laws, or with the realtor,
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall having to put their names down because they were in-laws.
It's two set, I can't remember my.
It is
Parents and children.
spouse, parent, child. If
Spouse, parent, child.
yep. So if you're acting on behalf of a spouse, parent, child, business entity in which the license holder owns more than 10%, or a trust for which the license holder acts as a trustee, or of which the license holder or license holder spouse, parent, child is a beneficiary, to notify the other party in writing. Now, I will tell you, it's always better disclosed in this situation.
So what you were saying earlier, it's only parent, spouse, parent, child legally. but what the heck?
Well,
What the
not
heck?
Like a cousin, you'd still maybe wanna just.
I would.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they going to do? You know, because later on, if they say, oh, well, you were related and you're going to go back and try to give them money or whatever, I would disclose it right off the bat. Yeah. You know, but of course, you can read it and see what it requires, but I would disclose. But based on this, it doesn't sound like if it was an in-law situation that, but they're kind of like they're pseudo parents, maybe. I don't know. I would have just I would have disclosed just to be on the safe side.
I'll
Okay.
do that next.
You're like noted. It's all good. It's okay. This is why we're all here, you know. All right. Earnest money. Earnest money. Does everyone know what earnest money is? First and foremost.
It's confusing, earnest
Rates
money
trash,
versus option money, yeah, I get all, I know earnest money will eventually go to your down payment, right? And
Well-
it's usually 1% of the sales price.
So typically, okay, so it's all negotiable, but in terms of what you were saying, the former about going to the down payment, it depends on if you close on the property. Okay, so earnest money is the amount of money in which it's kind of like your
Gives you an equitable
good
stake.
faith. Yes,
Legally, gives you an
Yes.
equitable stake. You
That's
have a
right.
Contractual agreement that you're in an equitable stake in this agreement, with that money.
yes, yes,
And it has to be resolved.
yes.
It doesn't have to apply to the cash down.
Correct. Correct. It doesn't have to, right? It can though. So yeah, and the most important thing to remember about earnest money is never to promise your clients are going to get it back. Just don't do it. Just say you have contingencies throughout the entire contract. There are times at which you might be able to get your earnest money back. The most important time is the option money. If you're going to terminate the contract, option is the best time. Because if you're that option period is the time that you need to make your decision. After that, we always run the risk of the seller saying, no, I'm not going to give them their money back, whether the contract says they're supposed to or not.
And they had a comment or a line of comments on area real estate alliance this morning, was real heavy. A lot of people communicating about it. Long story short, her buyer couldn't get the financing. It was the 18th day of the 21 days option period for getting third-party financing. And they submitted their termination,
Mm-hmm.
and they submitted the other form.
Release of earnest
Release
money.
of earnest money. And they said, what do we do? Because the seller won't sign off on their part to release the earnest money, the title company says. Doesn't matter. It's a unilateral contract. That's a unilateral position that you're in. Only one person has to perform. That's you. They don't have a choice. They set that up in the agreement. They have to release the earnest money to you. Now,
Well,
what you're saying is it gets always a little bit hectic.
be careful what you read on
Yeah,
area
yeah.
because they are not all brokers and they are not all your broker.
Right.
So if someone's not releasing earnest money, then the title company will let you know. Then you have to write a demand letter, and then the demand letter goes to the seller or the buyer, whatever. Typically, it's the seller that has to release it. And then the seller will reply back no, and then you can send another demand letter, and that has to be followed so many times before you go to court.
Right. They don't have a position though, and they can't list their property actively. They can get it back on there, but they can't really do anything as far as sell the property.
Just be careful about how much advice you give, because that's getting into legal information, and you become a lawyer to them. Yeah. Yep. Just be very careful. I would say at that point that they need to consult a real estate attorney.
What's the best verbiage for explaining this to a new buyer making an offer?
Sure. So first and foremost, the earnest money gets escrowed into account with the title company. They hold it in escrow while you are, doing your transaction, right? So because they don't understand all the jargon, right? So the most important thing is to understand that amount of money, and I typically negotiate with about 1%. It depends on the area that you're in. Sometimes to the north of us, they do much less than 1%. It just depends, right, on the price of the property. If you're doing multiple offers, that might be way more than 1%, okay? And then what you explain to them is this money the check that they give to the title company gets cashed. They will not have it in their bank account. It's not like just a held check that can be voided later or, shredded. It's cashed and it's held Okay, and what happens is, as you go through the process, there are certain times in the process that there are contingencies, and depending on if they decide to terminate their current contract throughout those time periods, they may or may not be able to get their earnest money back. Now, there's always a negotiation with it, always. If the seller is ticked off, it could be hard to get the money back, even though they're contractually obligated. It looks as though they're contractually obligated.
Said those words again, though. You said you may or may not, within those contingency periods.
You may or may not be able to get your earnest money back because,
Probably the best policy.
I mean, anybody can sue for anything.
Sure.
And once the money is there, they need to sign that release. The title company cannot release the earnest money to you without some kind of signature or legal, order to release that earnest money on behalf of the seller.
So I'm gonna play buyer.
Okay.
I can't sign that if I don't know that I'm gonna get my earnest money back, if I'm gonna do my contingencies.
Okay, well, I understand that. It's up to you to decide to move forward with the contract. If this is a property you want to purchase in the state of Texas, it's required.
Oh, really?
But legally,
You have to
wouldn't
give
be able
earnest money?
Well, you could put 0 down, but it doesn't do much for the seller. I mean, the seller may not accept it. So if you want this
Shows how
house,
serious you are.
yeah.
So, but going back to that, say I say that, but would you not reaffirm the fact that you are within your rights to get that, contractually get that earnest money back within the contingencies?
You are within
So
your
you-
rights to hire an attorney to help you get that earnest
So
money
just
back.
use that verbiage.
Yeah, I mean, because if you promise them that they're getting that earnest money, you're on the chair with them, next to them, trying to fight in court.
Okay.
Okay?
That might be what that call is.
Yeah. You got to be very careful with that because a lot of
You may or may not get
agents,
the earnest money back within those contingencies.
right? Unless you're a lawyer, the legal jargon stuff, keep it as simple as possible. The bottom line is we're going to do everything we can to get you your earnest money back if it's within a time period. And here's the thing, as an agent, I'm going to advise you every step of the way. I'm going to let you know, hey, you're within your financing period. This is the amount of time that you have. Okay, so if you don't get an approval by this time frame, then there's a chance you could lose your earnest money. Now, there is also a chance the seller won't release the earnest money, but you have more of a chance of losing it if we don't get things taken care of within those time frames. Yeah. And so, yeah. And so if they say, well, that makes me nervous. Okay, well, what can we do ahead of time? Let's talk to your lender to see if we can get you fully underwritten before we even go under contract. Because then you have less of a concern that you're going to get you're going to surpass that financial. Yeah.
That's one of the biggest reasons why it doesn't get returned is if funding doesn't come through.
Yeah, and so what happens a lot of times is people will use the financing contingency to get out of a contract. And the sellers are, if they're wise to that, they want proof and all the stuff. That's right. So again, you just got to get really good on how you communicate that, and your personality style, like our personality style is going to be different, but you just want to say to them, look, I'm going to do whatever I can on behalf of you, and the best way that I could, keep you from losing money on any of this is to communicate ahead of time. Yeah, well, it may not even be financing. It may be appraisal. Okay, it may be whatever else is. Maybe it's a contingency, like an actual property, sale of another property contingency. It may be the title commitment. It may be, whatever, residential use. There's all kinds, there's a lot of ways a buyer can potentially terminate a contract. It could be the water district notice. Okay, I'm going to do everything I can, but we still have a seller on the other side. So the more we play nice, the more we communicate with each other, with the listing side, the less chance we're going to have of causing a scuffle about money when it's really just people have hurt feelings.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Does that help? Okay. But yes, they can always have a lawyer look this over, and if they have specific questions, say, you know what, that'd be a great question for a lawyer. I do not practice law in the state of Texas. I'm a realtor. Okay? All right, so it will tell you here that you must, within 3 days after the effective date of the contract, buyer must deliver approximately whatever that is, however much. I put that an estimation about 1% is what I see on average, but any amount can go in there and it's negotiable.
Does that have to be an actual numeric amount, or can you?
No, it needs to be a numeric amount, period, like $1,000 or $2,000 or $5,000. As earnest to title title company name. Do not list the escrow agent. It used to be a practice, and sometimes still is, where someone will say, you know, blank title company, Jane Doe, Jane Smith, whatever, okay? If that title rep moves, then you've got an issue, because you have a title company name where the rep is no longer involved at, where does it go, and blah, blah, blah. Just the title company name. And then that's all negotiable. As an escrow agent at whichever the title company address is, buyer shall deliver additional earnest money of blank to escrow agent within blank days after the effective date.
Rarely used, right?
Well, it depends. Did you have a question? No. Okay. So the reason why that would be used, well, it could be a couple of things. It could be that you've offered $1,000 in earnest money and you don't get paid until like from a week from now, and you want to offer another $1,000 of earnest money, and that was negotiated, then you could do, okay, $1,000 to escrow agent within so many days after the contract. If they want to add more and they just don't have it. Yeah.
You just physically can't do it.
Can't do it right away, but you want to go under contract right away, you can use that as negotiation. Or a lot of times it's people transferring money from account to account, or their 401k account, they're trying to pull money out of it, and it takes a while. So that would be negotiated ahead of time, and that would be a way to use that. Okay, another way to use that would be under like a backup contract or a contingency. You know, you can use that as well. And we'll talk about those more when we get to those documents, okay? If buyer fails to deliver the earnest money within the time required, seller may terminate this contract or exercise remedies under paragraph 15 or both. If the last day to deliver the earnest money falls on a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday, the time to deliver the earnest money is extended to the end of the next day that is not a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday. Of course, time is of the essence. Any question there? Yeah, well, title companies close typically around 4:35. Yeah. Any questions on earnest money? Okay. We're going to go ahead and stop there and take a break. I'm going to go grab some water. So go ahead and use the restroom, make your calls, whatever you need to do. We'll start back up at number 6. Y'all are doing great. You're welcome.
There's someplace along the line, I know I need to get with you anyway, but I know I missed like the first page of that, so I don't want to maybe get that.
My mic back on. All right. Now we're live. It's a long paragraph. It's kind of short and sweet, right? Title policy and survey. It is negotiable who will furnish the title policy, right? So that's why you get 2 boxes there, either seller or buyer. Majority of the time you're going to see a seller there. That's typical. It doesn't have to be that way, but majority of the time that's what I've seen. The reason why a buyer would is maybe you're in a multiple offer situation, and sometimes the bottom line, remember that total offer amount doesn't matter as much as the details, right? And so title policies can be $1,500, they could be $3,000 depending on the cost of the home. And so make sure that, you know, you look at that term when you're writing a multiple offer and see if you would even consider the buyer purchasing it to win the deal. Okay, so it talks about also the title company name, of course, is going to match the one that's above. Turning the next page. Y'all are going to see me mess with this because I always forget that I have to scroll an opposite way with this mouse. If I scroll down, yeah, it's weird. You have to like.
And that's also a section in that form that we talked about yesterday that's possible to be used in making an offer. Our seller would like for you to cover.
Yes, exactly. And the invitation to resubmit, if let's say, yeah, or invitation to buyer to submit a new offer is the form. And if let's say it was neck and neck, the seller could send back and say, hey, we are inviting you to submit a new offer. The term we would like to see changed is that the buyer will pay for the title policy. Sure. Okay, the other section in this that's super important is section A8. So 6A8. You'll see here the 2 little boxes. Sorry, I had to turn back on right there. They're kind of hard to see. People miss this all the time. And so either you pick 6A8I will not be amended or deleted from the title policy, or A8II will be amended to read shortages in area at the expense of, and boom, some more boxes to fill out. Don't forget those guys. And again, it's a negotiable, seller or buyer. Okay? And typically the cost of A8II will be somewhere around 5% of the title policy, to give them an idea. So it's not necessarily a huge fee, it is a fee to do that. And then so you're just negotiating if it's going to be the buyer or the seller that's going to pay those.
Are there normally shortages, or no? I mean, you would think probably not.
I mean, that would be a generalization. I mean, if it's in a subdivision, but if they've, you know, done something different to the property, you never know. So I'm of the mind that sometimes it's better, you know, more insurance is better to have than less insurance, because you don't need it till you need it. And if you don't have it when you need it, ugh, right, no fun. However, there is, Independence Title has a form on this. I'm sure there's some other companies that will have information on this. I believe it might be in our loop. So if you look shortages in area, there may be a form in the loop that gives description of what that means. Don't try to describe it, because you're going to get into legal jargon that you don't even understand. So just say it's about 5% of the title policy. If you want to know what that costs, you could call the title company. They'll run it for you.
And in this position, say the buyer's in a situation where he's the only one making the offer, you're going to more likely put seller.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, you want your job, sorry about the noise, but your job is to work on behalf of the buyer's best interest. So of course, you want the seller to pay for everything. And if you're the seller, you want the buyer to pay for everything. So you'll write the offer as the buyer wants it, and they may say, you know what, I'll pay the $100 or whatever it is, you know, whatever the 5% is. And I'm fine with that. And if they're fine with that, then great, move forward. But try to come at the negotiations with your own client non-emotional and just business-like. Your choices are this or this. Which do you prefer? You know, on average, I see that people ask for the seller. However, it's, you know, it's only this amount. So does that matter to you? And if it's a VA loan, they may not want to pay the extra money. So it's the seller. But if it's a conventional and they're putting 20% down, what's an extra $100? You know, they may not care. So as long as you come at it non-emotional.
This is the about 5% of the time.
Yes. Yep. Okay. So 6B, commitment. That's the title commitment. Within 20 days after the title company receives a copy of this contract we're talking about, which would be executed by that time, the seller shall furnish to buyer a commitment for title insurance and at buyer's expense legible copies of restrictive covenants and documents evidencing exceptions in the commitment other than the standard printed exceptions. Okay, and it just talks about that the seller is authorizing the title company within this paragraph to deliver the commitment exception documents to the buyer at the buyer's address shown on paragraph 21, which is why it's important to fill that out. If they are not delivered to the buyer within the specified time, the time for delivery will be automatically extended up to 15 days or 3 days before the closing date, whichever is earlier. If the commitment and exception documents are not delivered within the time required, the buyer may terminate this contract and the earnest money will be refunded to buyer. Okay. So any questions on that? Now when the title commitment comes, you'll want to review the title commitment. If you don't know how to review a title commitment, take a class on that. We'll have some come in. I think we've had some last month. We'll probably have more come in either later this month or in June to talk about what it looks like to review a title commitment. But any one of your title reps, if you reach out, they will be happy to run over one for you and kind of give you an idea of what you're looking for, right? They're going to look at them too, but it doesn't hurt for you to back it up and review it just to make sure there's nothing that's missed. Paragraph C, survey. Okay, so C. Notice I put a little note on your form here. You must fill in 1, 2, or 3 of if the buyer is getting a loan and the lender requires a survey, or if the buyer wishes to have a survey regardless of the loan, of a loan or cash. So C, so number 1, within blank days after the effective date of this contract, seller shall furnish to the buyer and title company at seller's existing seller's existing survey of the property and a residential real property affidavit promulgated by the Texas Department of Insurance, T-47 affidavit. If seller fails to furnish the existing survey or affidavit, meaning both of them together, guys, okay, within the time prescribed, buyer shall obtain a new survey at the seller's expense no later than 3 days prior to closing date. Okay?
Okay, so I have a situation.
Yep.
And I put the survey on MLS.
Yep.
And we still have not got her to sign a T-47 in front of her.
Do it now, as soon as you can.
She's in Mexico. We found out that she's got to get to a consulate, but she's actually coming back into town in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Now, the T-47 is not going to really come into effect unless it goes into contract,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
So-
You'll want to provide it before you go under contract.
Right.
Yeah. Or within the date. So if they put in 3 days or something, which is about what I see on average, then you'll want to get it to them within that period of time. But yeah, as soon as possible.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So it says there, if they fail to furnish the existing survey within the time prescribed, so that's that blank period. I'm going to read this again. Buyer shall obtain a new survey at the seller's expense no later than 3 days prior to closing date. Okay, which means if you, the buyer, are under contract and the 3 days have come and gone and you haven't gotten a survey or a T-47, you call the title company and you say, hey, we're going to go ahead and order a new survey. It'll be charged the seller per the contract. This is the survey company my buyers have chosen. Let's go ahead and get that ordered. Done. And the seller has to pay for that because it's in the contract.
And in some cases, the seller says like go to them because they don't have time enough.
Right. Right.
It's not
Yeah.
a sticking point.
Right. So if the existing survey or affidavit is not acceptable to the title company or the lender, then the buyer shall obtain a new survey at either the seller's or buyer's expense no later than 3 days prior to closing date, which means the title company and the lender do have to review the survey. Does anyone know what they're reviewing the survey for?
Encroachments and how old it is, if it's valid.
Yeah. So really what happens a lot, most properties don't change too much, if you will, especially like if they're in a subdivision, right? They're not changing too much. Maybe a fence has been replaced and they want to make sure it's still where it's supposed to be. More importantly, I see with decks, pools, and sheds. Or even more so, someone adding like a circle drive to their front yard, if that's something they've done and they've covered over a public utility easement. Or you're in the back and you put a shed on a solid foundation that has to be torn up if there's a PUE, a public utility easement in the back. Right, so they're looking for things that aren't on the survey that may be currently in the property that wouldn't be covered by title insurance, right? Which would cause the property damage somehow, some way, right?
In some ways, you could ask the seller, is this survey before any changes that they made to the property, or there have been changes since that survey?
Well, the T47 tells you that.
Okay.
It should tell you that. And really, as an agent, it's your job, if you have the buyer, or even if you are the seller, to take the survey and walk the property and go, oh, on the survey, I see that there's not a shed here, but I'm looking here and the shed is there, and it says there's a 10-foot PUE. There's definitely not 10 feet between the shed and the fence. Now it's time to have a conversation with my client. Okay, and then you would have to ask, a lot of times survey title companies and lenders are allowing you to draw it on the survey. Of course, you have to have both the seller and buyer's permission to do that, you know, but people will draw it on. That's up to you if your client wants to accept that, and it's up to you to discuss it with them on as to why or why not that would be something you'd want to do. Okay?
So if you do notice that there was a shed and it shouldn't be, I mean, they didn't disclose it.
On the T47, you mean, if they didn't
Right.
disclose it? Mm-hmm.
Right, then what's your, can they back out or no? If it's
The
within
buyer?
a certain time or no?
Well, it just says that the existing survey affidavit is not acceptable to the title company or the buyer's lender, they shall obtain a new survey at, and then it's negotiable if the seller pays or the buyer
So then
pays.
the seller would, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, if you're
Yeah.
the buyer's agent, you're gonna say.
Well, and it may
"Seller,
just
get
be-
that."
right.
Seller's responsibility, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it may be a situation where it may be the seller's responsibility, but they don't have to do anything about it. You want to buy the house, you deal with it.
Yeah.
We can't always assume that the seller's going to deal with it just because they're selling. I mean, if they're in a multiple offer situation and they don't have to take your offer, you deal with it. You don't like it, change it. Take down the shed. We don't care, right? Not that that's the attitude you want them to have, but
Right, it could
you
be.
can't always assume that just because it's a seller issue that the seller has to rectify it unless they're contractually obligated to, and then that needs to be a writing and agreed to before you guys move forward, right? So if it's a survey issue, then it just may be that there's like either an exception or not an exception, and if the shed is damaged because it was torn down since water piping was going in, then the current buyer is going to just have to be aware that if there's something that happens, they'll come in and tear down that shed and there's nothing, I mean, it's not going to be replaced,
And
basically.
that's the part where it comes in, you're buying your property.
Correct. Yeah, as is, yes.
Based on-
We're almost there.
Yeah.
Okay, so number 2, any more questions on that specific part? So don't forget, though, that you guys can negotiate this part. So you want to do it, of course, it's ahead of time, right? So you're going to negotiate whether the seller or buyer is going to purchase the new survey if the lender or title company requires it. Okay?
Are you in that part of the process,
Uh-huh.
are you communicating with their agent and saying, hey, is it gonna be okay if the seller does this? I mean, are you trying to kind of,
It depends
your
on
way
the
through.
situation.
really?
There's no black or white in terms of negotiation. When it, you know, if the situation says the listing agent's easy to talk to and the seller's easy to talk to and your buyer's easy to talk to, then communication is going to be, hey, you know what, I'm seeing your survey, I'm a little concerned, we're going to go ahead and say that the seller's going to pay for it. You know, you can negotiate like that. I'm of the mind that if I'm going to look at the survey, my buyers are going to look at the survey, and we're going to say, okay, you know what, this is like a million things that are not on the survey. We'd rather have a new one. And then if we're going to do that, then you have these 2 options here. Within so many days after the effective date, either buyer or seller shall furnish a new survey to the buyer.
And at some point, you will have an opinion of whether you're talking or communicating with an adversarial type person or somebody that's easy to talk to.
Yeah, a
If it's
negotiation.
adversarial, you're gonna say, you know what, if you really want one, at this point in time, you probably need to get it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, your advice is generally this is what happens. What do you prefer? Because if you tell them you should do this or you need to do that, then you're almost tying their hands when they may have been willing to buy their own survey. Well, just ask the seller for it. Well, what do you prefer? Because they may say, you know what, we're not worried, we'll buy the survey ourselves. Because we know that the surveyor is responsible to the person who purchased it, and so I would rather be the person who purchased it rather than having the seller purchase it and the surveyor be responsible to them and not me, even though they're passing the survey on to me. Okay? So just be very careful about how you communicate it, because if you tell instead of ask, come from curiosity, well, what do you prefer? You know, generally I see that sellers purchase this. What do you prefer? This is typically the cost. This is, you know, the process. You know, just ask.
And what is typical cost?
Depends on the property.
Is it
Yeah. So I would call your title company and ask them.
just called, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen them anywhere from $500 up. You know, it's rare to find one under $500. Okay, so on that paragraph, on 1, you get to see that you're, of course, negotiating the days and then who's going to buy it if the title or the lender doesn't accept it. C2 and C3, those are straight out the bat negotiations. Either there's not a survey and the listing agent has said, hey, by the way, we don't have a survey, we don't have a T47, or we put a pool in and the survey doesn't accommodate the pool, then you may just say, okay, look, we just want a new survey, period. So then you would use 2 or 3 to negotiate, and that would say either 2 is a buyer shall obtain a new survey at buyer's expense, and number 3 is the seller at seller's expense shall furnish a new survey to buyer. Okay, so those are just skipping the first part of it and the whole old survey, T47 issue, just going straight and buying a new survey. Okay, any questions on the survey aspect?
For the last 2 portions, what would be like the time to just get a new survey? It's just really if that's what the buyer or the seller wants to do.
Yeah, if there are like a million changes on the property, they built a new addition and they don't have a survey, they have a pool on the property, the decking surpasses any utility easements or the building lines, they've had fencing changes or fencing's gone away, they bought the lot next to them. I mean, there's just a million different reasons. But ultimately, if there's no survey, then you go straight to 2 or 3. That's the more common one you're going to see. Okay? All right, so D. D is objections. This is really important. Lately, I have seen that people are leaving this blank here, this little bitty days section. So what I want y'all to know is I don't ever want to see anything blank on a contract when I'm reviewing it unless there's a checkbox in front of it. So what do you mean by that? Okay. So like for instance, above where it says 2 or 3, if you're not checking those boxes, you don't need to be filling in those blanks. They should just stay blank. Okay? However, on D, you have 2 open-ended blanks right there. There's no check boxes around them. So they should be filled with something. And if it's not filled, then you're either missing something or it needs to be filled in with an NA or a 0 or something, okay? So objections. So let's, well, for specifics, buyer may object in writing to defects, exceptions, or encumbrances to title disclosed on the survey other than items 6A through 7 above, disclosed in the commitment other than 6A 1 through 9 above, or which prohibit the following use or activity. So I put in here, typically on a residential, 1 to 4 residential resale contract, you're going to see single family residence. Sometimes, though, there's going to be another issue or special circumstance that your buyer wants to add. So let's say they run an in-home daycare or they run a bakery. I have a friend who started her bakery from her house. She had like a 5-car garage. 2 of it was detached. She turned it into a bakery space instead of a garage. And she worked out of there. Well, she ultimately got forced to move out of the property because she was running a business on a single-family residence property. And it was against the HOA commitments, like the CC&Rs. So in objections, you would write home bakery, home daycare.
If
Yeah.
it's a duplex and you're living in one side and renting the other, you can say residential rental property.
Yep, residential and rental, yep. Or short-term rental, if you want to do a short-term rental, like Airbnb or something like that. You want to make sure you have that in there. If you're going to build on the property, or you're going to park, I can't even talk today, park a boat or a RV on the property, then you would say purposes for parking, RV, or boat. Because,
So this is what the buyer is intending?
yes,
Okay.
yes, yes. What is their
Because if there
intended
is
use
some
of the
CCNR,
property?
If there is some
Right.
opposition to that, we need to know that right up. Right?
Correct. And then the second part of that says the buyer must object earlier of 1, the closing date, or 2 days after the buyer receives the title commitment, exception documents, and survey. So, and you should put something in there. Now again, if you're the buyer, you want that to be as long as possible. If you're the seller, you want it to be as short as possible. So I see on average 5 to 6 days. If you're lucky, you'll get a week. Okay? And so that's the amount of time they have to review their title commitment once it comes through to make sure that it doesn't mean, right, it doesn't mean that the title company is going to go through and find if they can have a boat or not. It means that they're going to give you the stuff and you need to do the due diligence, which means you probably shouldn't wait till a title commitment comes. You should go look up the deeds and restrictions or CC&Rs for the HOA, or if it's not an HOA, what the city is requiring. Okay, because it is true, like there's parts in Austin where there's no HOA, but if you park a boat and they can see it, you're going to get a fine because
There's
it's,
also Airbnb issues.
there
in
is,
Austin,
correct,
Georgetown now too.
correct, yeah,
Because,
Is
Yeah.
that just because it's considered like a business?
the Airbnb. It's because, well, there's a different schools of thoughts. Yeah, it's a business, but also it's whether or not, you know, if you have people like coming in and out of the house all the time. I mean, a single family residence literally means single family. If you were to look up the definition, you'd be surprised at how many people are not using it as a single family residence, right? So you just have to be very careful with, if your client tells you, look, I'm going to have, you know, 15 people live with me and I'm going to have 5 dogs. Okay, maybe they bought a 4,000 square foot house, but if it's a single family household and the HOA or the city deed restrictions or CC&R say no, they can't do that, then they would be in violation. I don't mind if they have those people living there, but what I do mind is if they call me and they say, hey, Kristen, you didn't tell me that the city wouldn't allow me to have my family and 5 dogs living here, and now we have to move, and now I'm going to lose money on my house, and guess what? I'm going to be named if there's a suit that comes up because I didn't do my due diligence to make sure that they weren't exceeding. Now, if they don't tell me they have 5 dogs, I like
So
chickens.
the question to the buyer is, in that section, what is the use for this property for you? What?
Yeah. Will you be doing anything other than living in the property, and who's going to be living with you? You know? Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I forgot I had my phone in my pocket.
That question, I'm sorry.
You're asking your buyer.
You're asking your buyer.
What is the
Agent
action?
buyer.
Agent to buyer. What are you going to be using the property for? Is there anything you're going to do on the property other than just live? Are you going to have a chicken coop? Let's say you move to Serenata and there's a bunch of people with chicken coops out there. That's fine. Put on here that you're going to have 5 chickens in a coop. So that way you can make sure that you're not outside of the boundaries.
After the fact, that's one of the things as your fiduciary duties is to grab that the HOA or whatever may be applicable city guidelines
Mm-hmm.
and compare that to what the use that they have.
Correct.
It's a kind of a peculiar thing.
Correct.
If it's just residential use,
If
more
it's-
than likely residential use and rental property, you're probably good to go.
You're good. Yeah. But I mean, and most of the time it's going to be residential use.
Yeah.
But you just want to state, like, if you're going to, there are certain rules. Like, for instance, I had a guy who worked at a tech company. He was a single male, and he wanted to have roommates, and he wanted to buy the property with the sole purpose of having roommates, and possibly the lower half of the house he was going to rent out for Airbnb to make some more money to help pay his mortgage, right? And so we had a really hard time finding a property that was not restricted for all of those uses. And we finally did find one. It was outside of an HOA with really easy city requirements in Round Rock. But man alive, it was a challenge.
So was it out by Dell?
Yeah. Yeah, it was over in excuse me. I thought I was going to sneeze. Maybe it'll go away. It was like Morningside Meadows or something was able to accommodate what, and you could park an RV. That was the other thing. So.
Yeah, and that was a question my couple asked me, is like, they each have uses, and so they were gonna buy something
Mhm.
and then rent it out. Does Austin have, like, can you buy a home and then immediately rent it out?
Well, it depends on the CC&Rs for the HOA. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
that-
you have to be
Most of
careful.
them, At least the first year, you can, but after that,
It depends.
depends. There you go.
Depends on their
so-
loan product. It depends if they're in a new neighborhood. Yeah, you have to be careful trying to know.
I'm curious as you go ahead and make mistakes. That's the only way you're gonna learn, but I don't know if that one.
Yeah, until you get a lawsuit. He doesn't practice real estate, I don't think. He's
It's per home, and we need to say, well, if you find this, then you need to, we need to be sure and look at the HOA. if it's in
the city and
HOA,
deed restrictions,
city and deed.
HOA restrictions. We need to make sure it's okay with your loan product. Do you have a
So
question?
we can at least
Yeah.
say that, because I was because I kinda almost felt, well, maybe that's a legal issue that they have, but that, because.
No, I mean,
didn't want-
people buy investment properties all the time to turn around and lease. You just have to
Right.
make sure that when you do that, if it's a loan, do you have the right loan for that? If it's in a neighborhood, like if they're gonna do Airbnb, you definitely need to look that up because there are permitting issues. But if they're just looking to lease, like in a new build neighborhood, a lot of times there's restrictions with the new build HOAs. Sharon?
Just curious, where do you look up for deeds?
You'd go to the city and then you'd have to look through the planning and zoning committees. Yeah, you go to planning and zoning, you could call, but typically they have all of it online and you could look up the subdivision and see what it's required.
That would be the best to figure out if that property would be.
Yeah, if it has an HOA, you're gonna go to the HOA website. If it's only city, then you go to the city website and look at planning and zoning. It would tell you what it's zoned for.
So if we go in like to Travis Cat and look up the address,
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna tell us if it's in an HOA? Or how do
Um,
we know?
it
If we
should-
have that
MLS
ad-
will show you.
Oh, it'll be on MLS?
Yeah, MLS will show you. Yeah.
It feels as if this little section, is helpful to the buyer's agent in respect to the timeline. If I've gotta get this offer in,
Mm-hmm.
let's identify what we need, let's give ourselves some time to figure that out.
Right,
But I gotta get this to the seller,
right,
we don't wanna lose this property.
right.
And then that way you can do due diligence. Now, if it's not that, and you're kind of in a more relaxed frame of mind, there's not been a lot of offers to the seller, you can say, you know what, look, if you're gonna do something special like that, let me look that up real quick.
I still look it up, even if we're in a rush, because the
Okay.
worst thing that we could be is like throw in, they still have an option period, so if
Right,
you've
right.
met them, you've been only showing them 3 days and they find something, yeah, there's gonna be those instances where you're putting in a contract and you don't know exactly what you're gonna negotiate for use. However, the other part of it is, if you've been working with them for a month, you're gonna know, because you're gonna ask them, is there
Yeah.
anything else you're gonna use the property for? And I had clients where that was like the thing. If they couldn't build a specific garage or do a certain thing with the land
Right.
or do a certain thing with their property, they didn't wanna buy it. So there's no sense in me risking their money and throwing in an offer. I would not be doing my client good service to do that. Yeah.
Then you would also include, like you said, if they wanted to like build a bigger garage or something, that would be. included
Yes.
in this. Okay.
Yep. Make sure that they can do that, because there's building requirements too within that. If you read further, it talks about buyer's failure to object within the time allowed will constitute a waiver of their right to object, except that the requirements in Schedule C of the commitment are not waived by the buyer. And then it talks about that provided seller is not obligated to incur any expense, seller shall cure any timely objections of buyer or any third-party lender within 15 days after seller receives the objections. So that's the cure period. And the closing date will be extended as necessary. And then it goes in to talk about if something happens or if it doesn't. And it says, if a commitment or a survey is revised or any new exception document is delivered, buyer may object to any new matter revealed in the revised commitment or survey or new exception documents within the same time stated in this paragraph to make objections beginning when the revised commitment, survey, exception document is delivered to buyer. That does happen often. So let's say, let's go back up to paragraph C1 in the survey, and let's say the title company or the lender has said, no, this survey is not acceptable, and the seller or the buyer has paid for a new survey comes in and it shows something completely different. Let's say you have a property on 2 acres, it's not farm and ranch, it's just residential, and the survey comes back with less acreage than you thought, then your buyer now has whatever that contract states. Yeah, they can go back and review it, because that's a new matter, that's a new
It's almost as if
disclosure.
This paragraph also takes into consideration C down, not just D, the objection side.
Correct, yeah, because it talks about the
Take a
survey.
care period of the survey.
All right, moving on. Paragraph E, title notices. This is just talking about,
Quick question, I hate
Yep.
to do this, but I know you need to move forward. Isn't that kind of, conversation going on with the title company? In some cases, they see the survey, they recognize it.
the title company may or may not mention to you. I mean, I wouldn't leave it up to the title company. I would just review it and make sure that nothing is, I mean, if it
Right.
comes back with less acreage or that there's an easement that you didn't know was there that maybe somebody else is using, I mean,
It's their property.
there's just so many different things. So yeah, it's really up to you, the agent, to pay attention
So
to
the
those
key
types of
right now
things.
probably is I need to go to at least to a title company and have them help me look at surveys or.
There's a
is
survey class this coming Monday, I think at 11 to 12. Yep. Yep. Yeah. All right. Title notices, if you see under E2, it talks about membership in Property Owners Association. A lot of people forget to check these boxes just because they're in an odd place right at the very bottom of the contract in the right-hand corner. So it either is or is not. That's pretty self-explanatory. Whether it is or is not in a mandatory membership in a Property Owners Association. And then all of this stuff really on this paragraph, where are we at? E2. Here, I'm going to scroll to page 3. So it kind of really talks about information about being a part of a property owners association. It talks about what types of fines that you're required to pay. It doesn't give an amount that should be listed on the MLS. You can call the HOA to find out what those are. It talks about what the owner's obligations are. So if you decide to move forward, what you're going to be responsible for. And then it talks about the resale certificate. It says if the buyer is concerned about these matters, the TREC promulgated addendum for property subject to mandatory membership in a property owners association should be used. You're going to use that every time if it's in a property owners association. So
that's a PID and a.
no, that's the HOA.
Just HOA.
Just HOA. Statutory tax districts. This is going to talk about water districts, mud districts, road districts. Okay. Tidewaters, this is saying that if the property abuts tidally influenced waters, just know, I tell people tidewaters means the water goes up and down. You do know that, right? Making sure that you understand the lake could be dry at some point or it could be overflowing at some point, and you're understanding that. Okay, and there's a form for that. Talks about annexation there. If they're concerned about it, they want to read about it and look into the future and see what might be coming if there's anything in writing that you can tell them about.
That's the one thing that Davis talked about in that team meeting.
Mm-hmm.
There seems to be some legislation to allow the state to participate in annexing property. And one of the questions she said is if you're in that kind of situation where you feel like that, roads, city roads, or whatever, to ask them if they've been sent any kind of legal document indicating that. Because there's a possibility, she didn't say this, but it seems like what she was saying was it's a possibility that a homeowner gets that. Because nobody knows about it. It's just possibly could happen. I don't want
And
it to
doesn't
happen.
disclose
Let's
it.
sell the house and
Yeah.
don't disclose it.
Well, and that's why as a buyer's agent, it's really important to do your due diligence to make sure you're doing as much research as possible. Make sure you're not missing anything. I mean, Google it, call the city, call the neighborhood, the homeowner association. You could even talk to the neighbors. Whatever research you want to do if you're really concerned about it. Property located in a certified service area of a utility service provider. Again, so here's some more information about, it says you were advised to determine if the property is in a certificated area and contact the utility service provider to determine the cost you'll be required to pay in the period. So again, more information on utility service areas. There's that PID, Public Improvement Districts. It's going to talk to you about what does it mean, what should I be looking for, okay? Transfer fees, again, those sometimes are disclosed on MLS. Most of the time you need to call the HOA and find out what those are. They'll just tell you if you give them the address. Propane gas system area, that means that, and this is confusing for a lot of people, just because there's propane in the front yard or buried in the backyard or above ground tank doesn't mean they're in a service area. A service area means like one tank services numerous homes. Okay? Yes, and so you don't really get to choose who the company is that services it, so you have to pay whatever they say you have to pay. Okay, that's a propane service area. Okay, and then notice of water level fluctuations. Again, water fluctuates, right? Property condition number 7. All right, so 7A, access inspections and utilities. Seller shall permit buyer and buyer's agents to access the property at any reasonable times. Buyer may have the property inspected by inspector selected by the buyer and licensed by Trect or otherwise permitted by law to make inspections. Any hydrostatic testing must be separately authorized by the seller in writing. There is a form for that. We talked about that the other night in the seller's class. Seller at seller's expense shall immediately cause existing utilities to be turned on and shall keep the utilities on during the time this contract is in effect. Again, if you have a client who has moved out of state or has moved out of the property and it is vacant or has tenants that have moved out and they turned off the utilities have to be turned back on. It states it right there in the contract. So be clear and set the expectation with your seller. Oftentimes I've had it happen at least a couple of times a year in my business where my buyer's gone to do an inspection and for some reason the utilities were off. They were on when we did our walkthrough. We go back to the inspection, utilities, or the gas is off. Maybe they didn't pay a bill, or like I said, the tenants moved out. That's typical that the tenants move out, they turn their utilities off and the seller goes, I don't want to turn them back on. It's going to cost me a startup fee and all these other things. Well, they have to be on. And if they're not, the inspector will come out and they'll leave and then the buyer has to pay another fee. And if it's me on the other side of that transaction, I'm negotiating saying, your seller's going to give us a credit for the amount that the inspector charged us to come back.
And you won't know that until that inspector goes out.
You don't know. I mean, you can show up ahead of time, an hour or two, but if the inspector is already scheduled to come out, they may still charge you a fee just for the travel.
And you can remind that seller's agent, if you're a buyer's agent, hey, make sure those utilities are on, I ran up against that before or something like that.
A canned email is perfect in this instance. Hey, listing agent, we're super excited to start the process of the option period. Here's the things we want to assure, that all the utilities are going to be on the property when the inspector goes out. Here's the inspection date. I'm sure the inspector's been in contact with you, blah, 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 their contact information. My buyer would like to do these things. They'd like to measure, they'd like whatever. We expect that your seller will not be at the property when we arrive for the comfort of all parties that are involved. So we ask that neither the listing agent or the seller are on the property. Whatever you want to do and how you do business, but sending an email ahead of time will help with that. You could write it, save it in Google Docs, copy and paste. It's a great way to service your clients and making sure that you have communicated that. So if it still happens that the electricity is not turned on, then you've at least done your due diligence. And you can say to your buyer, hey, you know what, I'm so sorry. I contacted the agent ahead of time just to let them know when it was going to be and that the utilities were going to be on. So, and sometimes the listing agents don't know. Sometimes the tenants move out and they've told their client and their client didn't hear them.
But it can't fall in your lap if you send that email out and CC'd your own buyer.
No, I mean, but still the buyer is going to have to pay for an inspector to go back out. You can ask the seller to pay right away. I've had it to where they pay the inspector directly because so that way my buyers don't have to worry about it. But I always prefer that we just pay it and get a credit back or negotiate that some way.
And you would want that in writing then if you're going to go ahead and have the seller.
Oh yeah, that'd be an amendment if we're under contract. It's almost best just to have them pay them directly because if you take it in a credit, then you could possibly be out that money if you fall out.
Yeah, at the end of the day, when you look at your CD,
Yeah.
prior to closing, you can screw up the closing date and all that if you don't
Yeah.
let it happen that way.
Yeah. Again, it depends on your buyer. Your buyer may not care, believe it or not. They're like, we just got to get it done. We'd rather just pay it again. So. Okay, so B, seller's disclosure. So you're going to check one of these boxes. So there's 3 of them. Number 1, buyer has received the notice. Number 2, buyer has not received the notice and within so many days after the effective date of this contract, seller shall deliver the notice. Or 3, the seller is not required to furnish the notice. And that's typically in a trust situation.
REO property.
Yeah, REO. So again, if you haven't received the notice, obviously you want that time period to be as short as possible if you're the buyer. You know, if you know your client's going to be out for 2 weeks and they couldn't do the seller's disclosure, then you're going to want that number to be longer.
I've got that in my.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying, in the event that you couldn't get a hold of the seller for some reason, you would want that to be longer. Okay. Talks about seller's disclosure of lead-based paint. D is property condition. Okay, I get a ton of questions about this, and they're great questions. The reason why is because a lot of times we're confused about what as is means, right? So buyer accepts the property as is. As is means the first time you walk through the property and then you made an offer, that's as it was that day. So for instance, later on, if someone knocks a hole in the wall, you didn't accept the hole in the wall. You accepted it without that hole in the wall, okay? So 2, buyer accepts the property as is, provided seller at seller's expense shall complete the following specific repairs and treatments. Again, I'm going to be very clear. This is where you put anything you want the seller to do before you close on the property. Things that you can see. If there is a window broken, it's mentioned on the seller's disclosure. You walk through and you see it. You'd put on here D2. Buyer accepts the property as is, provided seller at seller's expense shall complete the following specific repairs and treatments. Fix the broken window in the living room by the fireplace.
Because some seller might think, I've disclosed it, and if you don't say anything about it,
Well, they don't have to fix it if you don't negotiate it.
right, it's as
It
is.
doesn't matter if they told you.
Right,
They could tell you could, oh yeah, there's moonlighting because there's a hole in the roof.
right.
If you didn't say
They
fix
disclosed
it, they disclosed it, you know. Yeah, it's up to you to negotiate it. But so what a lot of times I see is people putting this in special provisions. A house will be professionally cleaned. No, that goes here. That number 2, seller will have the house professionally cleaned and the carpet steam cleaned prior to closing. Okay?
Special provisions is 11.
No.
This is where,
This is where any expectations for the seller to do something prior to closing needs to be. Cleaning the house, fixing something. If the fence is falling and you want to negotiate it now, then it goes in the contract now.
so he discloses that we know that the carpet in the 3rd bedroom is destroyed, or what, I don't know how he says it. Yeah.
Replace the carpet in the 3rd bedroom or the entire carpet, whatever. Yes, that would need to be on that line, D2.
Not 11.
Right. Any questions on that? Okay. E, lender required repairs and treatments. It's pretty self-explanatory. If there's some, that's what they're required to do right below there. F, completion of repairs and treatments. It's super important that you get receipts back for any repairs that have been completed. So if you're the listing agent, you say, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I need you to understand that if you agree to do repairs in lieu of a credit or price reduction for the buyer, then we need receipts. And it's very clear that it says, seller shall complete all agreed repairs and treatments prior to the closing date. And 2, all required permits must be attained, and repairs and treatments must be performed by persons who are licensed to provide such repairs or treatments, or if no license required by law, are commercially engaged in the trade of providing such repairs or treatments. At buyer's election, they can transfer warranties. And it talks about if seller fails to complete any agreed repairs and treatments prior to the closing date, buyer may exercise remedies under paragraph 15 or extend the closing date up to 5 days if necessary for the seller to complete the repairs and treatments.
So what's 15?
We'll get there in a minute. So yeah, the most important thing though is that you set your seller's expectations. I'm going to be asking for repair receipts. They need to be done by licensed professionals, and if it's like a roofer, for instance, roofers don't typically have licenses, but I'd like it to be a roofing company. You can't have your brother-in-law jump up on the roof and put some shingles on there. That doesn't work unless your brother-in-law is a licensed trade or works in that commercial trade and has proof of that. Okay, and if you're the buyer's agent, you review those receipts like crazy. You want to check the license number on them. You want to call them and confirm that it's been done. You want to make sure there's any warranty on the work that's been done, because I can tell you a lot of times they are forged.
So let me ask you this, in knowing that kind of thing, and what you referred to as this is in lieu of a credit,
Mhm.
they're gonna repair.
Correct.
I guess you can't dictate, but you
Nope.
do have a preference. I'd rather you just give us the credit, and we'll get the.
It's negotiation.
Yeah.
There's
So it
nothing,
could
you
go
can't,
either way.
it could go either way. Yes.
So let's say one of the receipts was forged,
Mm-hmm.
and then what happens if like things have been executed, but you just
That's a challenge. Then a lawyer may possibly be involved if your client says that they don't want to close.
Okay.
You know, I mean, if they're fine with the repair, I would always have an inspector go back out and re-inspect if any repairs, if they're like important repairs, like water heater, roof, AC, like big repairs. I would ask, and it costs like $100, $150 to have an inspector come out and re-inspect. You just take them on your walkthrough, they'll re-inspect it, make sure everything's good, and if your buyer's comfortable, then they can move forward.
If you had a
Okay.
major issue that-
Yeah. So, great. G, environmental matters. It's just going to talk about what possible environmental matters may be around the area or involved in the house. Next page is H. Residential service contract. I believe Amber Martinez is going to come in and talk to us about what HWA offers. However, so H here is going to talk about the fact that your buyer may purchase a residential service contract from a company licensed by TREC. If they purchase it, this is where the negotiation stands if a seller is going to reimburse them for that or pay for some of it. So you can really ask Amber a lot of questions about what they cover or what they might cost. On average, I see $400 to $600. If there's a pool or other things that might need to be covered, it's a little more than that. And it's optional, so the seller does not have to provide this or pay for this, and the buyer does not have to purchase it. Okay?
This paragraph always confuses me based on what I've
Okay.
experienced with Kathy.
Where can I clarify for you?
Well, it seems as if you're going to have one. I mean, it's almost like it's good to convey to one or the other, somebody. It's not a bad idea to get one.
Right, I agree with you.
Is that what you would tell your buyer then?
Yeah, it's a great idea to have one. I mean, who doesn't want extra coverage? You can ask the seller to pay for it. You-
Ask the same
Mhm.
people.
Because
Yeah.
It says in here, seller shall reimburse buyer at closing.
Right, but in bold it says it's also optional.
Okay.
It's not
But
required.
But see, generally, if we're talking generally, what happens with your deals?
Generally, the seller will cover a portion of it, or they'll say no, and my buyers will buy their own. I mean, it's $600, and in the end, it covers them for a lot of things, you know, or at least reduces the cost, especially for AC. Yeah, yeah. So, and again, it's perfect because Amber's going to come in and talk to you here in like 2 minutes.
You suggested,
But-
that's what I get, is it's normally suggested, maybe we'll get the seller to pay $400, you know. and
Yeah,
you choose
yeah.
$600.
I mean, if it's just me and we're making an offer, it's just us and them, then I'm asking for the full amount. Like, if my buyers are like, you know what, I want one, then I'm asking for $600. Now, I've already given my buyers all the forms and I've showed them like different costs. I've had them review them. Which one do you want? You want the Cadillac of all of them? Okay, what does this look like? What's it cost? I'm putting that number down. And then if my buyers choose to buy even more coverage, let's say they want to cover their refrigerator, their washer dryer, their whatever, okay, then they can add that and they can just pay for it over this and pay for it at closing. Now this is only 1 year too. This is only 1 year term. So once it's paid here, it's only covering them for 1 year. And the way I talk to my sellers about it is, it's, you know, if you're willing, $600 is the smallest price to pay if the garbage disposal goes out or the dishwasher goes out the day before
Very
closing.
simple to have some
Small price to pay. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. So, you know, I mean, ultimately I would consider it because it's a nice gesture and it kind of really alleviates a lot of the calls afterwards saying, hey, you know, you knew the dish disposal didn't work and you still sold me the house or something like that. Well, they'll come out and fix it. We paid for that. So that doesn't mean it'll fix all of those things, but it will help.
Good way to like cover your bases in a sense.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, definitely a CYA cover your assets, huh?
I've seen 600.
Yeah, 600 is about right for now. Just depends on the property. If it's a larger property, it might be more. Yep. All right, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. Have Amber come on in.
Amber, come on in.
Perfect timing. We just,
You said you're doing your R&D the other day, and I think it was the yeah. You said,
hey, girly.
yeah.
We are live. I'm going to go ahead and let you talk live so the people can hear you out in TV land. Is that okay? Bigger reach.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Maybe that's where it came from.
I'll help you.
He got it that way. Yeah.
We need 5 of those for that. And then I'll take this.
But it was definitely cool.
How's class going?
5.
Yeah?
They're asking great questions.
Good.
Thank you.
Do you want some help?
I just need to grab one more and then I'll let you take these and pass them out if you'd like to.
Perfect.
Ask Scott. Scott, did we hit the $1,000 goal?
We actually did. We went above it.
Yay!
There you go.
And y'all, she has a pile of this stuff. I would suggest you pick some of these up for your buyer's consultation. You put them in the packet. We literally just finished talking about residential service.
Awesome.
So I was like, oh, you have questions? Look, Amber's here.
I am here. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Amber. It's afternoon, isn't it? It is, like by 2 minutes. So I'm Amber Martinez with Home Warranty of America. I think I may have met a couple of you before. But I have put a lot of material on your thing, and I gave you a couple of pieces, and I want to kind of walk through what those are real quick. So the small pamphlet that I have given you, that is going to talk about the benefits of using HWA as a realtor, the things that you can utilize to help grow your business. We have items for you to help you be successful, such as free seller's coverage. So if you're looking for the opportunity for a listing, what can stand you out? What can you offer? We have the free seller's coverage. They can add the HVAC for $50 due and payable. And along with that, we have several pieces that you can use for those listings, such as sign writers, letting the potential buyer know it's going to come with the 13-month home warranty plan from Home Warranty of America. It's going to have tent cards if you want to use them for open houses. So several pieces that combined with that is available to you. With Home Warranty of America, we're always letting you know when we save your clients money, so that talks about that in there as well. Anytime your clients save money, we send you an email, and that's a great opportunity to reach out and say, hey, that's another touch point. How did that work for you? By the way, you know the drill. Are you looking to buy or sell or know anybody who is? So always add that in. So that's what that little small piece is, but to get to the nitty gritty of Home Warranty of America and what stands us out, this is our buyer's brochure. Inside this brochure, and it can actually be used for sellers as well, inside this is going to have the sample terms and conditions inside of it. And what I always like to tell my clients, I am a seasoned local account executive with Home Warranty of America. I've been doing this with this company for 7.5 years, and I'm extremely passionate and believe in my company. So all that fine print as you get to it, please don't worry about all that. That is the opportunity for you to form your team to make yourself successful and shine by calling the person who is the expert in that, and that's me. That is a lot of little bitty information, and it's taken me 7.5 years to be able to spit it off the back of my hand, right? So you guys focus on selling houses. Let me help you with those small fine prints. But there are some great highlights you can point out to your clients, such as the fact that the number one thing that stands us out, nationwide, we offer all of our buyers 13 months worth of coverage. That's standard. We have 3 different plans to choose from. The top of the line, what I always recommend, and you can ask your broker if you want to go with this too, but what I tell all my clients is go with the $600. The $600, people get it. And yes, and that helps them save money. It's like automobile insurance. If you think about it, the more...
So I'm doing warranties for 27 years.
You did? I think I clicked a button. I hope I didn't turn me off. Okay, good. So with those, the more coverage you have, the more you're going to save your clients money. You have lesser coverage. They're still going to save some money, but not as much as if you write $600 in that contract for your buyer. Good news across the board, everything is going to be a $75 service call fee on all 3 plans, so you don't have to worry about that. Why should I pick one plan versus the other? Because the price is different. $75 each plan. The cool thing is with our diamond plan, just starting out there, we automatically include the kitchen refrigerator with ice maker, the washer and dryer, and then that's already in our diamond and marquee plan for you. Several add-ons you can see on the side, pool and spa, septic system and septic pumping is only $75. But I'm going to top you off with this one. One of the things I'm hearing a lot, I want to remind you guys, if you haven't heard this, we do not have any restrictions on where we service. So we are servicing off of the I-35 corridor. We are servicing the Bertram area, the Llano area, Taylor, Rockdale, Thorn, all that we're still servicing. So you don't have to worry about that limitations. Whether you're north, south, east, or west of the I-35 corridor, we've got you covered.
I just experienced that. I didn't experience, but I overheard that the case was that they're not going out that far.
Yes, yes. So we do still service that, and that has been, I'm hearing that more and more from other companies. Yeah. So those are some great highlights. Again, we talked about tools. If you're interested in door knocking, I do have the hangers that you can say that you're offering the listing coverage for free. I'm going to leave you on this piece. Everybody got this fancy little fire? So the cool thing that we are offering, we are owned by Direct Energy out of Houston, Texas. So we are a nationally very large funded company. We are not just a regional company. This what we're offering right now is every buyer that closes between now and June 30th with Home Warranty of America will receive a free smart home kit as a new home gift, courtesy of HWA and Hive. So this is really, really cool. It's going to come with the Hive Hub that's going to make the home compatible with the internet. It's going to come with the free smart light bulb. It's going to come with the free door sensor, the smart plug, and it's going to also come with the Amazon Dot, guys. So it's super cool. Buyers are loving this. We've been doing it for all closings since June 1st. Hive is a sister company of ours, so we just didn't randomly select a company and put our finger on it. We believe in them as well. So this is so cool. We made a smart investment even smarter for your clients.
So a voucher code will be sent to the home buyer's email to redeem the gift 30 days after closing, as long as it's within that closing period, June the 30th.
That's correct. So and for those of you guys who are listening, the question was the email. It's an email voucher that goes to your clients 30 days after closing, where they can actually redeem that gift that will be sent to the address that they choose. So absolutely. Anybody else? We waited 30 days because there's a lot when people are moving. They could be coming from all over, and it can appear as spam if they're not ready for it and looking for it. So with that being said, we waited that 30 days.
And the comprehensive stuff, I mean, you need to have the other stuff out of the way. I mean, I want to know how to work it, things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's super cool.
Let me be moved in first.
All right. Alexa tells me every morning, good morning, and what the temperature is, and that I'm beautiful, because sometimes we all just need that pat on the back of reassurance. So, and she'll also tell me when my grandbabies do if I ask her. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Well, for those lucky people who are here, you have fajitas waiting for you outside. For everybody else listening, thanks for listening to me talk. Have a great day.
Awesome.
I keep pushing
All right. And you're fine. If you guys want to ask her any questions or This is live, so you can go find the link, I think, on Facebook.
Is it on Facebook? Is that where it's at? Okay.
All right, so we have quite a bit to get through in about an hour and almost 2 hours, right? Let's see, it's 12. So yeah, a little under 2 hours. So let's go. All right, closing. Paragraph 9. The closing the sale will be on or before. That has to have a date on it. Can't be an estimation, it can't be blank. So that will need a date. And there's more information there about what it means to close the property. You can review that. Number 10 is possession. So this is really important if you have a seller, whether you're the buyer or the seller, and the seller wants to lease the property while maybe they're transitioning or they need just a couple of days after closing or whatever, then you would choose accordingly. So there's two options. The first is upon closing and funding, and the second one is according to a temporary residential lease form. And so that temporary residential lease is going to be filled out just like a regular lease would be. Of course, you need to make sure that the lender is going to be okay with everything in that, and that your insurance, your client, if you have the buyer, the lender, and the insurance company needs to be notified that there's going to be a tenant in the property until that residential lease is over, okay? So, but you would need to choose one or the other, not both, all right? Number 11 is special provisions. I've highlighted for you there. Don't insert anything here unless your buyer has instructed you to do so in writing, or your seller. And if you are unsure, when in doubt, ask. Call Mary, call me, call Scott, double check with Avis, whichever you need to do, but definitely check before you put stuff in there, because a lot of people just write stuff in there because they've been doing it forever. Most of the time there's a form for that. And so if someone writes something in there, you can screenshot me a picture, I will look at it and say, there's a form for that. Or let's go ahead and consult Mary or Avis if it's something really big or important. We just want to make sure that anything goes in there. If your buyer or seller is instructing you, it needs to be in writing.
We were taught that it's pretty much one of the biggest places the lawsuits occur.
Yeah.
And to keep everything out of it. And then if the buyer requires you to do something, you suggest to the buyer that they see their attorney to have them kind of
Correct.
use
Yeah.
the right verbiage. It's an illegal
Yeah, yeah.
position.
Because you don't understand the way how it's written, what implications legally that they're having. So, any questions about 11? All right. Number 12, settlement and other expenses. That's here at the bottom. So this is where you put in a dollar amount for buyer closing cost assistance if any is requested. So paragraph A1A, it states that releases of existing liens in, A1B, seller shall also pay an amount not to exceed blank to be applied in the following order. Buyer expenses, which buyer is prohibited from paying by FHA, VA, or Texas VA board, land board, or other governmental loans, and then to other buyer's expenses as allowed by the lender.
So what does that mean?
Yeah.
I mean, what can they not pay for, like?
Is this indicating the FHA is paying all the fees because it's a VA loan, or what is it?
So if you turn the page, the next page will answer the questions you have. Now, most importantly, and probably your best course of action is just to call the lender and say, hey, we're asking for this amount. Do you think that it'll be able to be used? Because if whatever's not used, in the amount that's requested, it goes back to the seller. So let's say you ask for $10,000 and only $7,000 is allowable, then the $3,000 will go back to the seller. Okay? No? No? Okay, so let's say, give me a number. I'm the seller and you're the buyer. Tell me how much you want to request that I pay in your closing costs. $5,000, okay. And so as the buyer's agent, what are you going to first do?
Call the lender and find out what that amount might be.
Yeah, hey, I'm going to ask the seller pay $5,000 of closing costs at the buyer's request. Do you think that's going to be okay with their current loan? Are there going to be any issues?
And if they say, no, it's going to be about $7,000, then you got to let your buyer know that it's going to be $2,000.
No, I mean, they will probably already know. They should already know because you've done a net sheet for them. They
Okay.
should already know what the closing costs are going to be. You're just wanting to make sure that you're not exceeding what's allowed by the lender. Okay?
What controls what the lender allows?
Well, there are a lot of things, like the government. The government will control, because you're only allowed so much credit before the lender says you can't have any more credits. It has to come from something else. So this is considered a credit. So if you're getting grant money and you're getting a gift and then the seller's giving you credit back, you need to make sure.
You've got some skin in the game.
Yes.
That's what it's good for.
Well, not necessarily, no. There's just an allowable amount that you can get in credit. Yes, period. And then the lender will know that.
That's based on the amount of the loan and a couple of different things.
It's,
Type
yeah,
of loan,
call the lender.
all the lenders.
Yeah, don't overthink this.
Okay.
The lender's going to tell you what like they can't get any more than this amount. So you'll see like I've seen VA asking for $17,000. If the lender says they can have that much credit and the seller's willing to give it, great. But if it's going to be rare, very rare, and possibly, to our towns north of us.
Raise the offer or something.
Well, you have to be careful using that too with your buyers. So what happens is if you're raising the price, you're really just wrapping in whatever they're asking for. So you can do that, but they're not really getting a $5,000 credit, right, if they're adding it to the top of the price. I mean, they are, but they're not, because then they're financing the $5,000. Does that make sense? So be careful how you explain that, because in their head, they're getting a credit, and then when they realize, oh my gosh, I'm actually just financing this,
Yeah.
which may be best for them. However, make sure you explain it well.
Yeah, 'cause it's not out of pocket.
That's right. Any other questions on that? So, for instance, if you guys don't negotiate anything, it's 0, right? You would write 0 there because there's no checkbox, so you don't want to leave it blank. So 0 or ZERO, however you want to spell it, or NA, whatever you want to do, don't leave that blank. And then what I would suggest after that is once you start doing repair amendments, like if you're going to negotiate for repairs and they want to give a credit, they can either take it off the top of the price, or you can do an amendment and amend that amount. So let's say they say, okay, look, we don't want to do repairs, but we'll give you $2,000. Okay, great. So you do an amendment, it'll say, amend the contract paragraph 12A1B to state $2,000.
And it's possible to draw a line, change the number, and initial it?
Not after this is executed.
Right.
Never. Only on an amendment. Once this is executed, you never go back and change it. Only on an amendment.
Well, you can do it prior to execution. and
Once it's
still have-
executed, you don't go back and change it.
Most of the times you say, could you resubmit it so it's clean?
Yeah, yeah. You're talking about negotiations with it, but
Right.
yeah. Awesome. All right, so prorations, that's talking about taxes. You just explain to them that their taxes are prorated. If you're the seller, their taxes will be prorated from the day, January 1 to the day they close on the property. Then if you're the buyer, your taxes will be prorated from the day you buy the property to the end of the year. And of course, that amount of debit that was taken from the seller will be credited then to their escrow account, and then they can carry that on with the lender. And then of course if they choose to have it paid out of their account at the end of the year, or if they're keeping it separately, it'll be paid out accordingly. Okay? Any questions on that? Rhonda, you sure?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That was the hard part figuring out when we were doing the math.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we won't be, well, I guess we will be doing net sheet, so we will have.
Oh, yeah.
Or does the title,
You should always do your own net sheet. The lender will do a net sheet, but you should always also do a net sheet. 14, 15, 16, 17. In the state of Texas, we hug it out, right? There's a mediation clause in the contract, talks about default. I'm sorry. Let's go back to 14. Casualty loss. That means, for instance, if there's a huge rain, like there has been, and tiles have flown off the roof and now there's a leak, you're under contract. If you're past that as-is phase, remember that first walkthrough that buyer did, that has to be repaired before closing, period. It doesn't even have to be negotiated. I mean, I would put it in writing as a buyer's agent to say, hey, that wasn't there when we first did the walkthrough, that needs to be repaired. And it'll state that in paragraph 14, it talks about if any part of the property is damaged or destroyed by fire or other casualty loss after the effective date of this contract, seller shall restore the property to its previous condition as soon as reasonably possible, but in any event by the closing date. And it talks about what happens if they fail to do that. Any question on casualty loss? Awesome.
When do you normally set your final walkthrough? Is that like a day before closing, or 3 days before closing, or what?
It depends on the situation, but no less than 24 hours before closing. No less than. But it depends, like if there were repairs, you want to do it like 3 to 5 days before closing. It just depends. Yeah.
No less than 24 hours. So,
Is that what I meant?
no, I'm just
No less.
trying to figure out, does that mean
No more?
before 24 hours or
Sorry.
24 hours?
24, at least 1 day ahead of time. Don't do it the day of.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say, that's kind of.
No less than 24 hours.
Well, you know, I've been on, and it wasn't mine listing, but prior to Keller Williams, they were doing it day off.
Yeah, well, what happens is you realize the repairs weren't done and the curtains were taken, and now you've extended closing and the moving truck's in the driveway, and yeah. But no less than 24 hours.
Like,
If
you fix things at the closing table and redo it and just go forward, because. but
Yeah.
Now you can't do that, there's a 3-day wait period, if there's any change to the numbers. Change to the deal, you've gotta go redo a 3-day closing, minimum.
if you're talking money, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Talking money.
If you're talking money. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There might be other situations, like let's say they're like, well, we'll buy the curtains and drop them off at your house or something. That might be different
You can do that.
if your clients decide they want to do it. Yeah.
And you just keep it out of contract and everything.
I mean, I'd get it in writing that the seller is going to go ahead and deliver curtains to the house because they took theirs. But yeah, as long as it's done at closing, you're fine. But you're talking about changing the final CD, and if you change that, yes, you have to wait 3 days. Yeah. Yep. But that's going to be rare. It's going to be rare. Default mediation attorney's fees. That's where I was going with the last statement of it's a hug it out state, right? So you're going to go through mediation or offered mediation. It's going to talk about default. It's very clear on what happens if the buyer defaults or if the seller fails to comply. The bottom line is if you get to that point, they need to talk to a lawyer, or you need to call the legal hotline and figure out how to advise them further, or talk to us. Don't get to that point if you don't have to. Say like, hey, we're struggling with this deal, the seller's pulling this, the buyer's pulling that, well, I'm not really sure, how can I fix this? That goes a long way from stopping this to happen. But if you get to this point, and in paragraph 15 you asked, what does that mean? It definitely means exactly what it says. If the buyer fails to comply with this contract, buyer will be in default. If the seller fails to comply with this contract, seller will be in default. And they both can enforce specific performance, okay? Which means then lawyers get involved. Any questions on that? You don't want to get there, just call me and say, hey, it feels like it's going sideways. Can you give me a call and we'll figure it out, okay?
For sure.
Escrow, it's just talking about different escrow expenses and demand. Here it says demand. Upon termination of this contract, either party or the escrow agent may send a release of earnest money to each party, and the party shall execute counterparts of the release and deliver same to the escrow agent. If either party fails to execute the release, either party may make a written demand to the escrow agent for the earnest money. We were talking about this earlier, right? If only one party makes written demand for the earnest money, escrow agent shall promptly provide a copy of the demand to the other party. If the escrow agent does not receive written objection to the demand from the other party within 15 days, they may disperse the earnest money to the party making the demand, reduced by the amount of unpaid expenses incurred on behalf of the party receiving the earnest money, and escrow agent may pay the same to the creditors. If escrow agent complies with the provisions of this paragraph, each party hereby releases escrow agent from all adverse claims related to the dispersal of the earnest money. So now that says if they don't get, what does it say? Hold on. If they do not receive a written objection.
Yeah, in 15 days.
Yeah.
So in other words, it's sent.
Yeah.
And if they don't get it, so in other words, if you're being tuty, you could say, let them do whatever they want to do, just keep their earnest money for 15 days.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
not object to that form.
Right.
Say anything about it.
Right.
And all you've done is.
But if they're going to object, if they're not going to sign it, they're typically going to object. They're typically going to object. So just be prepared for that. you know. At that point, you may just want to just say, hey, if you have an attorney that you typically consult for things, you may just want to have them on hand. And it really needs to be a real estate attorney. Really needs to be a real estate attorney. If you need recommendations, we can refer them. Okay. Next step 19 talks about representations. It's just talking about if any representation of seller in this contract is untrue on the closing date, seller will be in default. Unless expressly prohibited by written agreement, seller may continue to show the property and receive, negotiate, and accept backup offers. Okay. Of course, it says the first part was all covenants, representations, and warranties in this contract survive closing. Okay. Federal tax requirements, that has to do with FIRPTA law. It talks about if the seller is a foreign person, there may be taxes that are going to be due upon closing. On average, they're about 15%. You can review that at the IRS. I would suggest knowing just enough to say, hey, to ask. On the listing, you learned the other day, on the listing agreement, there's a box that says, are you or are you not a foreign person, stated, as defined by the IRS law, and it gives some information about it. So if that's the case, typically, if they are a foreign person, then taxes are required to be withheld from the closing. And like I said, it's about 15%. So on a $300,000 house, you're talking about $45,000 that needs to be withheld. So as a listing agent, you want to make sure up front that that's not going to be the case. And if it is, if they have enough money to cover that, either from the proceeds or in their bank account. And if you're the buyer, you just want to make sure that title or the listing agent has clarified and cleared the fact that that is not the case, or that the funds are there if it is the case. It's not bad or good, it's just reality.
So if the buyer has a family member in Mexico that's going to help them pay for part of this, then 15% of that is going to be held in taxes from around. Is that what you're is that what this is kind of saying?
No, not necessarily, because it depends on who the seller is. If she comes onto the title, then you may have that situation.
If it's a gift, that's
yeah, right. They have to be actually on.
And Scott said, do y'all know bilingual English?
We do.
Okay.
Yep. So paragraph 21, you're going to want to make sure, I'm falling behind on scrolling here. On paragraph 21, you're going to want to make sure that that's filled out so the title company knows where to send information to. 22, make sure to check all the below addendums that apply and include them with the offer. So if you check it, make sure it's attached and signed when this is executed.
What's
Okay.
an addendum for backup contract?
We're going to talk about that. Yes.
Well, I'm going to have to take all this other list. Is that where you've written out something like the
Non-realty items or something?
Drop off some curtains? Or is
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Non-realty items.
Right. You're not, by the time you talk, what you're talking about is like way far after this has already been written. So that would be in an amendment or a non-realty item addendum or a bill of sale. Correct. This is just making an offer. Very, very beginning. Okay. All right. No, that's, you have to have clarity, because this is where you get confused, and I want you to feel comfortable and confident when you're having that conversation. Okay, termination of option, paragraph 23. This is where the option period is negotiated on that next page. And it states, for nominal consideration, the receipt of which is hereby acknowledged by seller and buyer's agreement to pay seller blank option fee within 3 days after the effective date of this contract, seller grants the buyer the unrestricted right to terminate this contract by giving notice of termination to the seller within however many days after the effective date of this contract or option period. Okay, so all in this saying, and I gave you some examples. So the buyer's agreeing to pay a certain approximate amount. On average, you're going to see 7 to 10 business days. I put 5 to 10, or approximately $7 to $20 a day. Okay. Now, in a multiple offer situation, you may be paying a heck of a lot more. You may say, okay, I'll give you $500 for a 10-day option. It depends. It's all up to your buyer. You just advise, obviously in a multiple offer situation, we want to make it look good. They're taking their house off the market for a certain period of time, say at least 10 days or whatever it is written in the contract. And so this money is, at least guaranteeing them some kind of income for that, grace period. It's like good faith, right? It's saying, hey, I'm giving you this money. You're going to take the house off the market. You're going to let me do my due diligence. And if I decide to terminate, you get to keep my money. But if I follow through with the contract, on the bottom it says right here, the option fee will or will not be credited to the sales price at closing. Okay, so make sure you don't forget those boxes because it's super important.
So if it's not credited to the sales price, does it just go back to the buyer?
It goes back to the seller.
The buyer's giving you $250.
Mhm.
Buyer, I'm giving you $250 to take your house off. If you put, it will go to the sales price, then it goes to
The buyer.
the
So
seller.
Most of the time will not be credited.
If it will not be credited to the sales price, then the seller gets to keep it.
Correct.
And that's the norm, right?
What? Getting it back?
Not getting it back.
Not
It's-
you.
No, getting it back is normal.
So
It's-
it will be credited?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I got the impression that option period was just like you paid for
Right.
to do your due diligence. And
No, my clients always get their option money back.
so the fee will.
Yes,
Okay.
always will.
Okay, cool.
The only time it will not is if you're doing like a multiple option period or multiple offers.
Right.
And in the option period, you're saying, hey, you know what? Look, I'll let you keep my money even after I close. Okay, you could do that. Yeah, I mean, there might be other instances, very rare. It almost always gets credited back.
Okay, cool.
Small amount in comparison,
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
It's kind of a no.
It can be, sometimes it's not.
Right.
If you're in multiple offers, I've seen people put the amount of earnest money in option and put the amount of option money in earnest.
Wow.
I had a teacher that said you don't have to offer up any option money to make an offer.
Avis wants at least $1 in there.
Yeah, and that's what I heard somewhere here.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, well, he should be saying that because really.
Well, I
it's
mean,
kinda silly.
the way you practice business, I mean, again, there is a lot of gray area, but best practice says you want some kind of consideration for a time period.
Yeah.
And even if it's $1.
It indicates, I mean, there has to be some sort
I
of
think maybe you
consideration.
heard if you're going to extend an option period, you're not going to put any money down. But even
That's
still with an
fair.
extension, you still want $1.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
All right, and then always ask your client if they'd like to have their attorney review the docs. If yes, put the attorney information, and if no, fill it with none noted.
Fill it with none noted.
Yeah, none noted, or I always say asked none, or advised none chosen.
At seller's attorney is none chosen? Okay.
Yeah, I always say advised dash none chosen is fine, because
Advised.
I've talked to them about it numerous times, throughout the contract.
Okay.
All right, and then of course the execution date you're going to have filled out, but that's after all parties have signed. Do not send this over with a date filled in for execution if it hasn't been signed yet.
So if you're the buyer, you don't sign it. Once the seller accepts it, then.
No, you, the buyer, will sign it and send it, and the seller will.
Put a date.
Right,
Yes.
right. Either
The
this.
last, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Either the seller will go ahead, the listing agent will go ahead and execute it, or send it back to you for execution. But most of the time, if they agree to all the terms, the seller will go ahead and execute the contract and email it to you as well as title company and lender. All right, so final page. Obviously, I want you to fill this out as much as possible. Okay, even this side over here, you're going to have to do some work, which means you're going to go to the TREC website, you're going to look up who their supervisor is or their broker is or what their actual license numbers are. Don't be, it's really lazy to not fill that out. It just frustrates the heck out of me to get a contract with not all the information filled out, because I do my due diligence and make sure I know who I'm sending it to and who the supervisor is. So that way no one else has to go and dig. Okay, so I just fill it all out. When I was running a team and I got contracts from a different city and I'd have to review them and send them back, I can't tell you how many agents wouldn't fill not anything out on that. I'd ask my buyer, do I have permission to send it back, and ask him to fill it all out. Because if this isn't filled out, chances are there's other stuff in the contract that's missing or not filled out. And it just is bad customer service in my opinion.
So you as the buyer, go ahead and look up the seller's
Listing
info
information.
and put it in.
Yep, you just go to Trek and
Okay.
pull their information.
Okay.
It's your offer in some ways, right? I mean, it should be fully filled out.
And then again, if you're an intermediary transaction, you would all be on one side. So you'd have seller and buyer as intermediary instead of this box here. This would not be filled out because this is only as buyer's agent, okay? And we don't do sub-agency. So it would all be here. So if, let's say, Kinsey brought the buyer and I was the seller, I'd have my information here and Kinsey's information would be here.
Now,
Where?
your information where?
Here, under the listing,
Uh-huh.
and then, it's kind of hard to see. So here I would be, so the listing broker firm, we have the same firm. So I would be here, if I'm the seller, if I have the seller, I'd be here, and all of my information there, and Kinsey would be here, selling associates, because she's the selling agent.
And the box checked would be above it.
Seller and buyer as an intermediary.
And the left-hand side wouldn't have anything?
Nothing, blank.
Not a checkbox?
Nothing, blank.
I get it.
Okay?
Now, if you're the intermediary for both parties, is your information in both sections?
You would be then the listing agent, and you would check seller and buyer as intermediary, and you'd be the only information.
Oh, just
Yeah.
on the top part?
Yeah.
Cool.
But you'd want to get approval, and you'll probably not do that. It'll be very, 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 very rare.
Yeah. A lot of liability.
All right, and then don't forget to put your commission amount in there. This commission spot is not for negotiation on commission. You're going to put in there what you see in MLS. You can't be like, oh, they're not paying what I want, I'm going to put something else in there. It don't matter. What really is the contractual piece to that is what's in the MLS.
It's your responsibility to the buyer. What you're gonna make on the deal is irrelevant, is what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is you can't negotiate this amount in this contract.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
So in other words, what's
Yeah.
set forth is, and then they want that home.
Well, there's a different form to negotiate. You just don't negotiate it here.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll negotiate in the broker-to-broker agreement rather than here. Because I've seen some agents go, well, I'm going to just say it's this percentage instead of that percentage on this and say, well, see, you signed the contract stating, no. The MLS is the one that stated what if you wanted something different, what you needed to do was go ahead and negotiate ahead of time with a broker-to-broker agreement before you even executed this
So in other words,
contract.
you get a buyer, and you think pretty sure you're gonna put an offer in.
Uh-huh.
I don't really care for this 1% that you put on the MLS. Can we work that out first?
Yeah, on a broker-to-broker
On a
agreement.
broker-to-broker agreement,
Mm-hmm.
and your buyer has no real,
You would want to let your buyer know because it could affect the sale. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, you got to, right?
I would say, hey, did you know that this is what they're paying? Do you mind if I request a negotiation on this? They may say yes, they may say no. Yep.
Okay. On this, it's MLS.
Yeah.
So it's
I have a wee
useful to know.
question.
Yep.
That's somewhat related. I have what does it mean when you've got the agent commission and
Uh-huh.
then a sub-agent commission?
We don't do a sub-agency.
Well, I know, but I've seen it.
People just fill it out because they don't know how to fill it out. Don't even worry about it. 0. It should be 0 every time.
Well, I've seen 3 and 1.
They don't know. They don't know. They just are filling it out because they think they have to. You can't do sub-agency in Texas. Nope, 0.
That's interesting because I see a listing on MLS. It's got that.
Well, really, yeah. I would just say don't worry about it. For yours, you're only caring about what it says for agent.
Kristen,
Hey,
I'm gonna go.
am I off?
No, just shut off or something.
Okay.
I gotta go.
You're welcome. So option fee, earnest money receipt, and contract receipt. So, and additional earnest money, of course, because remember there's a second portion in earnest money that if you have to bring in additional earnest money, then you'd get it receipted right here on this. So you'll want so typically the listing agent or the seller is going to sign this option fee receipt, and then the title company will sign, acknowledge the earnest money and the contract receipt. Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just shut off
Okay.
for a second.
It got tired of hearing me talk, I guess. All right, any questions on that? Okay. All right, so now we're moving into the residential contract, or condo.
And we both had the same question.
All right, what's your question, or do you want to hear me go through it first?
Between a condo and a townhouse.
How long has it been since y'all been in school? A condo and a townhouse are different on how they share airspace and wall space.
I never heard that.
Really? Where did you go to school at?
I went to maybe
Oh.
I didn't read it.
No.
I did the online.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's really important because condos can be attached or detached, especially, and so they kind of look like townhomes, but it just really is how the developer is now explaining what they are. Okay, so most of the time you're going to see a condo unit have certain CCNRs and certain rules that go with it. Some of them will cover landscaping, and some of them will cover the entire property. Townhomes are the same. Some of them will have that, but some of them will be like townhomes, but they don't have a condo association, so they're not really a condo. They might be a single family household. So it just depends, or a multi-unit. So it just really depends on how it's written in the MLS and zoned.
Okay, so this is what's coming in.
Okay.
I've got one in the brownstones, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
There's other brownstones on the market. When I went to the tax thing, it says it's a condo.
Okay.
But there are people that got it down as townhomes,
Mm-hmm.
and somebody's got it down as a house.
Okay. Is there a condo association?
No, there's an HOA. There is no condo association for sure.
Do they cover any part of the property, the outside, like the HOA fees? Do they cover roofing, siding, paint, landscaping on the front yard or the backyard
Just sprinklers.
for every property?
Mm-hmm. And that's it.
I'd have to look at it.
Yes, I don't know. Yeah.
So,
Let's,
so condos, which ones share a wall?
well, that's a great question. There are condos that are detached that don't share a wall at all, and there are condos that share a wall. Townhomes will typically share a wall one way or the other. It's very rare to find a detached townhome.
Oh, really?
But
I would have thought it would have been the other way around. I would have thought
Why?
townhomes. I don't know.
that's okay. So it depends on how they're described in the zoning of it. So a lot of times you'll have it zoned and you'll have an association around a condo, or you'll have an association or like a condo association around a townhome. So it's really a condo association, but they call them townhomes. Does that make sense? So the thought process used to be the airspace, right? So townhomes typically are attached on the side. A lot of times they're 2 or 3 stories, and you have top to bottom, you have this space. Typically condos, the thought process when you're being taught, it's like, okay, a condo is here or here. You might have above or below, or you might be like a townhome where it's sandwiched in between 2, but it's called a condo. Right? So it really just depends on how it's described. So you're saying in the county records it says condo.
Yeah.
But other people are calling it townhouse, and there's no condo association.
No.
Great question. Let me look into that. Let me look into that.
So I basically don't know whether I should be doing a condo addendum.
Well, you're saying that there's not a condo association. This condo contract, let's get into it, and we'll talk about what you might think based on what we describe in this contract. Because like a farm and ranch, there's a fine line. There's certain things that are required for a farm and ranch that the farm and ranch contract's going to ask, that if they're not on the property, then you have to determine what's the proper contract for that. Some it's going to be cut and dry. It's a condo, it's a townhome. But most of the time, if it's a townhome and the condo is not covering, I'd have to double check and see if we would consider that. That's a great question.
One or the other.
Yeah, let me ask. Let's ask. Give me a second. Yeah, that's a good question. Hey there, puppy. Hey there, puppy. You're just getting so big. Yes, you are. Okay, sorry, I had to stop and pet the puppy. Anybody else want to pet the puppy? Okay. All right, so yes, what I figured. I just wanted to make sure before I put my foot in my mouth. Okay, so typically, now here's the thing. If you get an offer and you're really unsure, you need to talk to the lender because they may have some determination that might be different than, because it's like an odd situation, if it is an odd situation. So my question to you, does it have a survey? It does have a survey. Then it should be on the 1 to 4. Because if it doesn't have, and that's what I was kind of trying to explain, that when you review the contract and you see in here that this is talking about a condo association and all the rules around it, if you don't have a condo association, if you have an HOA, then you typically would be on the 1 to 4, especially if it has its own survey. But if it doesn't have its own survey, but it has an HOA, then you would talk to the lender and say, what would you prefer? Because typically they'd want it to be on a condo if it doesn't have its own survey, like if you can't get it surveyed alone.
Right. So because it's got survey, it is a townhome, even though the tax says it's condo.
Yeah, so sometimes the tax doesn't really, they're just taking in maybe old information or information that was merged from previous MLS listings. Again, that's where your kind of due diligence comes in the research. So townhome probably would be more appropriate because it's like an up and down. It's either a corner or attached at both sides, and it doesn't have a condo association. So.
Well, good, because I've done I've listed it as I've actually listed it per tax, so I have to go in and change it as
Yeah,
a townhome.
you could do that.
Yeah,
Yeah, because people just use a condo contract, you'll have to change it.
exactly.
Yep.
Okay.
Good question. Yeah. And that's the biggest thing is, you know, a lot of it when you're taught in school, it's like air rights and space rights and then what's covered. But the contract is very clear. The condo has the condo association rules in the contract. The 1 to 4 talks about HOA. Right? So that's completely, and also survey is different because typically in a condo you don't have a survey. You typically will have like a plat that shows like different buildings or whatever. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So most of the stuff we've already been through. So this will be something we slide pretty quickly past as we go through into the addendums because we have about an hour left. Okay. So still the same thing. Paragraph number 1, you're still going to put the party's information there as long as it's legal names. Property and condominium documents. Again, here's more information of the like condo project name. What is that? What the building number or letter is, unit number, and of course city of and county of. Okay, we'll go there.
Would that also be on the CAD?
It will, yes. Parking areas assigned to the unit are, you'll have to do your research to make sure you know if there is a parking spot that's going to be assigned or if there is not and they have to purchase their own. I sold a condo once where the parking unit, they had a parking space and it was assigned, so you would just put in there, okay, it was parking, you know, lot B, number 211 or whatever, and then they would know exactly which one it is. I even sold one with boat slips, so I put that in there too. Okay. Improvements, accessories, exclusions, same as the first before. You're going to want to review these with the buyers and say, was there anything that that we mentioned that possibly were excluded that you don't want to be excluded, then you'd put them there. If the seller says, hey, these things are excluded, you put them right in there. Here's the CC&Rs and the information about the condo association. So really, the condo listing agreement states that the seller is supposed to provide the condo documents, association documents to the listing agent before you guys put the house on the condo on the market. Okay, so really you should already have seen the CC&Rs because they should have been provided much like a survey would or the seller's disclosure and all that, because you're still going to do a seller's disclosure, but it'd be provided with all that. So you can review them before making an offer.
Put them right on MLS.
Yes. Yeah, and they're pretty, I mean, they're like HOA docs. It's not a small packet. However, it would be good to disclose. Because just like with the title company, or back when we were talking about the survey, for instance, right? You said we have received it or we haven't received it, whatnot. Same thing with these Declaration, bylaws, and rules of the association are called documents. You get to check 1 or 2, B1 or 2. And it says you either have received them, and of course you're advising the buyer to read them before you sign this contract, right? Make sure you read them because they're very specific and sometimes very restrictive. Make sure you're okay with them. And then 2, buyer has not received the documents. Seller at seller's expense shall deliver the documents within so many days.
So if the buyer has not received the documents, and then once they get the documents, like if, so within 3 days they get the document, and they read them and they don't like it, can they back out?
Yep, it says right here that if buyer may cancel the contract before the 6th day after the buyer receives the documents by hand delivering or mailing written notice of cancellation to seller.
Oh, okay.
If buyer cancels the contract pursuant to this paragraph, the contract will terminate and the earnest money will be refunded to buyer.
Okay.
Because that's just like the HOA documents. It's the same kind of idea where you get to review them and see what the restrictions are, and if you can't have a dog and a cat, then I don't want to be a part of that, right? So I'm out. So that gives you your right. Great question. Any other questions on that? Okay, so really as a listing agent, you have to really explain the importance of your seller getting you the condo docs before you go on the market so you can review them and make sure there's nothing surprising to you that may deter a buyer. It's always a good idea to do that. I mean, I don't expect you to read 100 pages. I just really don't. But just skim through them and see if there's anything you need to know, any requirements. There may even be requirements for selling the property in there that you need to know about, like how can you market in the area, or what signs can you use. The resale certificate. So again, when they order those documents, it also comes, they're also paying and ordering for a resale certificate. And so it states in paragraph C there that the resale certificate from the Condominium Owners Association is called the certificate. Okay, and it says it must have been prepared at the seller's expense no more than 3 months before the date it was delivered to the buyer. And then you get to check C1 or C2 or C3. You have received the notice, the certificate. You have not received the certificate, and the seller shall deliver it to the buyer within so many days, or the buyer has received it. So again, it's always the hope that you're going to get to check box 3 and that you guys have received it, and yet most of the time you're going to still be requesting it because, most listing agents see it as an HOA situation where you order them after you're under contract, but in condos you really should order it before you even put it on the market. Now you do only have 3 months, so I mean, of course you want to make sure it's priced well so you can sell it, so they don't have to pay for another one, but it's always best to get them ordered ahead of time so you guys know how you're presenting moving forward. Okay?
I heard a strange, it's not strange, it's kind of not a nice situation to be in, but the people that live next door to the one I'm selling, they bought it and then found out they're not allowed to park overnight on the driveway.
Yeah,
And they
that would be in their CC&Rs. That would be in the restrictions in CC&Rs.
But could it be in the HOA?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes, in the HOA docs. Yeah, but we're going to talk about that here in just a minute, what the requirements are. All right, so paragraph D, if the documents reveal that the property is subject to a right of refusal under which the association or a member of the association may purchase the property, the effective date shall be amended to the date the buyer receives a copy of the association certification that, 1, let me go ahead and finish. Seller has complied with the requirements under the right of refusal, and or persons who may exercise the right of refusal have not exercised or waived the right to buy the property. If the buyer does not receive the association certification within blank days after the effective date, or if the right of refusal is exercised, this contract shall be terminated and the earnest money will be refunded to buyer. So right of refusal means that if somebody else owns rights to the property, like a percentage in the property, then they have the right to first decide if they want to purchase the property or will purchase the property. And if they say, no, I've decided I don't want to exercise my right to purchase the property, then it goes on as normal. If they say, yes, I want to exercise my right to purchase the property, then they will then submit an offer and go through the process. Okay, so some.
They wouldn't be listed up here under parties? Not
No.
necessarily.
No, not necessarily, no. No, it would be in an instance, you would know. If you were in a situation where someone had right of first refusal, you would know. And typically it's like if, you know, and like let's say it's a conglomerate and they own like a group of them and you bought into that portion and you own this little bit, then they typically would have right of first refusal to purchase that space.
So, let's say that they did want to put in an offer. Can the seller be like, I don't want, they have to accept that?
It's not that they have to accept it, but they have to consider it. I mean,
Right.
they might have a right to it. Yeah.
Right. But
Yeah.
they can deny it if it doesn't fit their
I think that would depend on what is written.
Okay.
Yeah. 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 That's something you'd want to really dig into to know a little bit better. Yeah. Okay. Sales price, same thing as before. A would be cash portion, B would be sum of all financing, C would be sales price. License holder disclosure, we discussed that before. If you have any relation as written in this contract, you want to make sure you disclose. Earnest money, again, same as before. You're going to put in a negotiable amount, whatever you guys negotiate, the title company name, the address, and then if there's going to be additional earnest money, you'll add that in. If not, it'll be NA or 0. Title policy, same as in the last contract. You're going to negotiate whether the seller or the buyer purchases the title policy. Here's that objection again for use. You're still going to state whether the use is going to be for residential or other purposes. Title notices. It's going to be fairly similar to what you saw before in terms of, we pretty much went through all of those. Statutory, Tidewaters, annexation, not much different there. Property condition. Again, same thing. You're going to check whether you've received the notice, you haven't received the notice, or none was required. Now remember that seller's disclosure may be a little shorter, right? Because there's a lot less. If a condo is taking care of the exterior of the property, like the AC unit or the roof or whatever, there's going to be probably a lot less. So you want to still disclose as much as possible. So if you know that, you know, the roof is still, you know, needs repair or there was deferred maintenance, disclose it. You know, whatever your client knows, make sure they disclose. All right, so acceptance of property condition in paragraph 7D, as is, again, same thing as before. You're going to accept either the property as is or as is, provided that the seller at the seller's expense completes any of the following specific repairs and treatments. All of the same requirements stand on this contract. If there's lender required repairs and treatments, the statement is there. How those are, the completion of the repair and treatments, how those are taken care of and what happens. Environmental matters. And then there's that residential service contract. You still, your buyer still has the option to negotiate a residential service contract on a condo, and they do have them. They're a little bit less than home residential service contracts, but they are there, so definitely have them consider that. Okay. Closing is the same. You'll stick in the closing date there. It has to be an actual date. And then possession is also the same upon closing and funding or with a temporary residential lease. There is a document that is buyer's temporary lease, meaning that the buyer moves into the property before they actually close on it. It's very, very rare that you'll use that. If you do, you'll have to get approval for AVIS, because let's say they move into the property and for some reason their financing falls out or something happens, then they're just there. And you have to start initiating, you have to basically boot them out of the property and start the eviction process. So that gets to be a whole lot messy and then expensive, and it's just a mess you really don't want to have to deal with. So residential lease with the sellers is probably going to be the only one you'll ever do. Special provisions, again, not putting anything in there unless you have written instruction, and then again, I would still recommend that your buyers seek legal counsel before they do that. Settlement, there's that number 12A1B, right? That's that amount that the seller is willing to pay to the buyer for closing costs or whatever's the lender specified fees there. Now, in this one, it talks about number 3, except. Where am I at? Except is provided by 12A4, which is right underneath. Buyers shall pay any and all association fees or other charges resulting from the transfer of the property not to exceed blank, and sellers shall pay any excess. And then it says buyers shall pay any deposits for reserves required at closing by the association. So in an HOA document and a mandatory homeowners association document that we're about to see, it typically will negotiate this. But since you're not negotiating within an HOA, you're negotiating within a condo association, is written directly into the contract. That you're saying the buyer will pay up to a certain amount of these fees and the sellers will pay the rest. So you would want to call and ask what those fees were if they don't have them.
So really, you're kind of like prorating, like if I'm the seller and I've lived here, the buyer's going to get paid at the end of the year and the seller's going to pay up until when they close, or what?
No, it's so typically there's a transfer fee involved.
Okay. So it's just about the transfer fee.
Correct.
Okay.
And it keeps going up to 82. It must be like
It's probably set somehow.
killing me. This coat jacket. Yeah, so typically, like, let's say it's a $500 fee.
Okay.
And just to transfer, because they like to make that money. So let's say there's that $500 fee and your buyers are like, look, we'll pay $200 or we'll pay $250. You put $250 and then the seller would pay any additional. That's why it's good to call ahead and say, hey, what are your, whatever it says, transfer fees, I think association fees. Yeah, it's transfer fees. So what are your transfer fees? And they might say, oh, they're $250. Okay, well, my buyer will pay 100 of those, or they'll pay the whole amount, or they will pay 0. They don't have to. It's negotiable. But it's just that one fee, and then they're required for the rest of the association fees. And if let's say the seller has paid the association fees up front for a year, then those will be prorated and debited back. Yep. And then prorations, we just talked about those for taxes, right? So it talks about tax prorations. 14, casualty loss, just like we talked about before, it's got to be as is. So if they punch a hole in the wall or there's damage to the ceiling or leaks in the house, those need to be repaired if they weren't previously seen or disclosed or even found on the inspection. Okay? Default, mediation, attorney's fees, escrow, representation, FERPTA law, and notices, all the same as the last contract. Okay? Moving on to paragraph 22, agreement of the parties. Again, those are all the addenda that you can choose from for this specific document. 23 is the option period, no different from the last. You can negotiate an amount of time for a certain amount of money and decide it will or will not be credited back. And then you stick in the buyer's or seller's attorneys and sign. The back page 8 and 9 look the same as the residential contract. Any questions? So really the biggest difference is how you negotiate the association fees and how you negotiate the certificate as well as the restrictions, okay, the CC&Rs. All right. Third party. Third-party financing. So this would be used if you're doing FHA, VA, conventional, whatever third-party financing, you'd use this. And it really would be good to call the buyer's lender and just have a conversation. What are they approved for? What are the different options that they might be able to choose? So that way you have a really good understanding before filling this form out, okay? So you put the property address in, and that's the address here that they're going to be putting an offer on that's going to match the contract. And then you get to choose what type of financing. So you have conventional, Texas Veterans Loan, FHA insured financing, VA guaranteed financing, USA guaranteed financing, reverse mortgage financing. There's a lot of people that are using that. And then it talks about approval. So going through these, I'm just going to pick one. So let's say it's conventional since it's easy. It's at the top. So you check A, and you're going to check A1 or A2. and most of the time you're going to see first mortgages, right? And it's going to say the principal amount of, and the principal amount is the amount without the down payment. So if they're putting 20% down, then this will be less than 20%. Excluding any financing PMI premium due in full in blank years. So ask your buyer or ask the lender, are they doing a 15-year mortgage? Are they doing 30 years? So that would go there. With interest not to exceed what? What is their interest rate? You need to know that. Per annum for the first blank years of the loan with origination charges as shown on the buyer's loan estimate for the loan not to exceed blank % of the loan. So again, this is why you want to call the lender and ask, what are these numbers that I need to be putting in here? What's best? And they'll give you those. Any questions on that?
I'm just saying, just putting out there, that's why it's good to get a good rapport with a particular lender.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
Because then you know they're there for you.
Yes.
And there's a couple of really good ones that we have coming quite often.
Yes. Yeah. Having a relationship with the lender that you can pick up the phone and call is so important. And sometimes the buyers come in with their own and you just have to kind of work with what they want to work with. But just getting a good contact number is key. Perfect. So number 2, approval of financing. This is where we were discussing earlier that financing period. That's that financing contingency. So it says this contract is subject to buyer obtaining buyer approval. If buyer cannot obtain buyer approval, buyer may give written notice to seller within blank days after the effective date of this contract, and this contract will terminate and the earnest money will be refunded to buyer. Okay, so basically if they do want this to be subject to the buyer approval, then they're going to check box 2A, and then they're going to put within a certain amount of days. The amount of days you need to talk to the lender about, because you can guess, and that's fine. Most people are between 18 and 24 days. But if they're fully underwritten, they might be able to get approval in 10 days. If they're not fully underwritten and there's a whole bunch of contingencies that the lender wants them to clear, then it could take 30 days. So just ask, and they'll tell you. Any questions on that 2A right there? Okay.
So basically, you have to ask the lender what
Yep.
number you should put in.
Yeah, just ask them and just say, hey, you know, do you feel like you've got, because some lenders will pre-underwrite all the way, so they're pretty much approved. And if you have that situation, that's great in multiple offers. Most of the time it won't be, but a lot of times there are, and there are lenders that will do that for you to be prepared, so that way when you go in, you can just go in and get the deal done. Okay, you could close faster that way. I mean, it's in everyone's best interest.
Yeah.
So.
Buyers who are like particularly, they've got their own business.
Uh-huh.
Very difficult for lenders
Mm-hmm.
because they have stuff here and there.
Exactly. If they haven't done their taxes or all of that. Yes, 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 yes. So that's why you need to ask the lender and say, hey, how's it been? And then that way you can help them along too. Like, okay, you got to get this done. Okay, keep going. Did you turn this into the lender? Okay, keep moving. We're just a little faster now, right? Because that process, the lending process is hands down probably the hardest part of all of this. I will tell you, my clients are like, oh, that's the toughest part, because it's constantly asking for the documents and sometimes the same documents. But if they would just, I tell my buyers, have everything possible prepared. You're going to need bank statements. You're going to need letters if there's been a break in employment. You're going to need descriptions of where some fancy money came from if you have like a big deposit that seemed to come out of nowhere. Just have all that ready, because they're going to ask for it. So why not? Tax records, your CPA, profit and loss if you're self-employed, all of that. And if you just tell them those things, once you get to this point, it's much easier. So they do have another option that says this contract is not subject to buyer obtaining buyer approval. You can check the box. It could mean that they do have cash and that they could pull the cash out at the last minute if they had to make it work. It could mean that, I don't know. That's the only thing I really could think of that would be the only good reason to check that box, and still I would say don't check that box. But obviously it's there for a reason. So if that's what's necessary, go ahead and use it as requested by your buyer. And if you're unsure, just call me or Scott, and we'll discuss like what's the situation and how to move forward. And then property approval, that's talking about the lender also has to make sure that the property meets their approval.
And if it doesn't,
If it doesn't, then in the contract there was lender required repairs or treatments that may have to happen, or it may be an appraisal. So with the appraisal, if it comes under a specific amount depending on the loan product, then it may not meet lender requirements, and then you'd be able to terminate because of that. Now, if you're not in your financing period anymore, well, it does say if buyer's lenders, let's read it. If buyer's lender determines that a property does not satisfy lender's underwriting requirements for the loan, including but not limited to appraisal, insurability, and lender required repairs, buyer, not later than 3 days before the closing date, may terminate this contract by giving seller 1, notice of termination and a copy of the written statement from the lender setting forth the reasons for the lender's determination. If buyer terminates under this paragraph, the earnest money will be refunded to buyer. If buyer does not terminate under this paragraph, property approval is deemed to have been obtained. So it has to be the underwriting requirements aren't met. So it's very specific, stating included, of course, but not limited to appraisal, insurability, and lender required repairs. So if they're like for VA, like a lot of times windows need to be fixed or carpet needs flooring, and if those things aren't done, the lender's requiring it. They may say you have to have that done, and the seller says we're not going to do it, and the buyer's like, what do we do? And then you end up having to terminate because it didn't meet what the lender requirements were. Security, it's just talking about financing security, and then VHA. That's like VHS, that's a while ago. FHA and VA required provisions. So if your client is getting a VA or an FHA loan, then this little paragraph, the little blank in that paragraph should equal the total amount. So if you're buying a house for $215,000, remember in the conventional side, you were putting the $215,000 minus whatever they were putting down. However, this FHA, VA required provision is stating that the appraised value of the property of not less than blank. So it's saying that the lender is endorsing the property as long as it doesn't appraise for less than whatever it was listed at. And you will have to sign something like this by most lenders if it's a VA. And most of the time with an FHA, they have their own addenda that attach to the contract saying you understand that it still has to appraise for this amount, otherwise the buyer may terminate the contract.
oh, the buyer.
Yeah. So it says, unless the buyer has been given in accordance with HUD, FHA, or VA requirements, a written statement issued by the Federal Housing Commissioner, Department of Veteran Affairs, or a direct endorsement lender setting forth the appraised value of the property of not less than blank, or if the contract purchase price or cost exceeds the reasonable value of the property established by the Department of Veterans Affairs. The buyer shall have the privilege and option of proceeding with consummation of the contract without regard to the amount of the appraised valuation or the reasonable value established. If FHA financing is involved, the appraised valuation is arrived at to determine the maximum mortgage. It said the buyer should satisfy himself or herself that the price and the condition of the property are acceptable. And it says if VA financing is involved and if a buyer elects to complete the purchase at an amount of excess of the reasonable value established by the VA, buyer shall pay excess amount in cash. So they have to come up with it because the government's only going to fund for the amount that it's being valued at by the appraiser. Okay? Any questions on that form?
I've just got a question about when you enter it into MLS, it says at the beginning, financing. And most people put cash conventional.
Mm-hmm.
And I've noticed a lot of them just put that. They don't consider the FHA
Or VA. Might be because they're priced high and they are scared of an appraisal coming in short. I'm going to grab a water. Does anyone else need a water? So don't cough. You want a water? Okay, yeah. Take a quick break, yeah. You guys want to take a real quick? It's a lot of information and right after lunch. class. So you may have had a deal where you weren't quite sure how to handle it, and then you take a class, you're like, oh, it makes sense now, you know? Yep, I agree with you. All right, so addendum for property subject and a mandatory membership in a property owners association. All right. So I put a little note, when choosing days below, set your client's expectations accordingly. So you put the property address up there, that's the one that's being purchased, the POA or the HOA name and contact info, look it up and add it here. Again, you're going to have to do a little research on that, or make a call. If it's the weekend, they're not going to be open, so just do what you can. But the reason why I put that little note is under A, you get to choose a certain amount of days. And the reason why I said set your client's expectations accordingly is that if they say, I'm only going to give them 7 days to turn around HOA docs, that's challenging for an HOA company, and typically the seller has to pay an additional fee to get it rushed. So on average, I see about 14 or 15 days in that paragraph. So set your client's expectations. It could be longer, and they may ask for an extension. So just let them know ahead of time, like, hey, if they haven't already ordered these, it could take 2 to 3 weeks to get these back. So let's go ahead and give them 2 weeks, and they'll know if they need to rush it, they'll rush it. You can always ask the title company, hey, does this, how long does this HOA typically take to get back to you with these things? And they may give you an estimate so you can have a better idea of what number to put in there. But just set their expectations so they don't get frustrated if they don't come in as soon as they expect them, okay?
When you're talking to people about listing, that might be one of the things you say is, we need to make sure we get on
Yeah.
getting that. Okay.
Yeah, as soon as we get into contract, let's order them. I mean, they're good for a certain amount of days. So I think it's 3 months or possibly a little longer. So, yeah, why not get them ordered ahead of time? Sure, yeah.
And does that I know there's a fee to transfer through an HOA, but does it cost to order the documents?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So you get to choose box A1, A2, A3, or A4. A1 is within so many days after the effective date of the contract, seller shall obtain, pay for, and deliver the subdivision information to the buyer. Or number 2, within so many days of the contract, the buyer will obtain and pay for. So those can be negotiated. Now, or 3, the buyer has received and approved the subdivision information before signing the contract. Buyer does or does not require an updated resale certificate. If they require an updated resale certificate, seller at buyer's expense shall deliver it to the buyer within 10 days after receiving the payment. Or number 4, buyer does not require delivery of the subdivision information. Yes.
If you have a listing that's in an HOA,
Mhm.
would you just suggest them to have all of these documents, like, before you list it?
So that's exactly what Rhonda was asking, is that you can do that. I mean, let's say you had already ordered them and you fell out of contract, you would have them all ready to offer up. But if your sellers are like, no, I want to negotiate it, then just wait till you have a contract and see how it's negotiated here. And you can negotiate it there. But then I would order them as soon as possible so you can meet the standard.
And
Okay.
also, they're only valid for, like you said, a period of
Yeah,
time. So
right.
if your property is actually on the market more than 4 months or something,
Mm-hmm.
however long those documents are good for, then the buyer is going to come back and say, well, I want new ones.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
But I guess number 3, buyer has received and approved the information before signing the contract. Buyer does or does not require an updated resale. So if you have got the certificates or documents, they can either accept it or not accept it.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't accept it, they're the ones that pay to get it.
If you've negotiated A3. Yeah. But they may just see them and not accept them and still negotiate A1.
Oh, yeah, okay, yes.
Okay?
True. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it says here, the title company or its agent is authorized to act on behalf of the parties to obtain the subdivision information only upon receipt of the required fee for the subdivision information from the party obligated to pay.
Okay, so the title company's gonna get it.
Typically, yeah. Here in town, not everywhere. Like in San Antonio, no. The title company will not do it for you. learned that the hard way, yeah.
So the title company gets it, does the person also get a copy of it?
Yes, so then it's emailed out to everyone.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Material changes, it talks about if the seller becomes aware of any material changes, the seller shall promptly give notice to the buyer. Fees, except as provided in paragraphs A, D, and E, buyer shall pay any and all association fees or other charges associated with the transfer of the property not to exceed and blank, and the seller shall pay any excess. So there's that one part that was in the condo contract that's in the HOA, addendum here, and that's just whatever amount that the buyer wants to pay. It could be 0, it could be 150, and that's why you want to know what are those fees. Okay, and it used to be common, and you may still see this come across your desk where it says 50-50. That can't be. It has to either be a number, a dollar amount. Correct. It can't be 50-50. Authorization. So it's just saying the seller authorizes the association to release and provide the subdivision information and any updated resale certificate if requested by the buyer. And you'll see there's 2 boxes there to say who's going to pay for that. Does the buyer or the seller? So again, it will behoove you to ask, because I have seen exorbitant fees for that certificate in some places, up to $900. So you want to make sure you call and ask what those fees are before you negotiate who's going to purchase them. Okay? All right, let's move on to non-realty items addendum. This is pretty cut and dry. You put the property address up front. For an additional sum of something, it's always good to have a dollar amount, even if it's $1, right? So you're going to, basically, this is like if someone wants the refrigerator and the washer and dryer, or they want the back patio furniture, or there's like a fire pit that's not built in, but they like it, it fits the theme, whatever, then that could go here. You could do a bill of sale for those items too and leave it off the contract, which is kind of nice, because then they feel like they're buying separate items, but if you want it to be attached to the contract, then it goes in this non-realty item addendum. I'm going to be very clear that it needs to be specifically written. So if you're going to get the refrigerator, you're going to say the tri-door stainless steel refrigerator with a serial number of this. Because if you say the refrigerator in the kitchen, they say, okay, great. And they go take the refrigerator and they take it to the moving truck and they go get the crummy one out of the garage and they stick it in the kitchen and they say, you got the refrigerator that's in the kitchen. Happens all the time. So take a picture of the serial number, include it with the same thing with washer and dryer or patio furniture. Be very specific. Any questions on that? People would get caught up in this. Just remind your clients as best as you can that it's not about the furniture. It's about the bigger picture. I mean, honestly, you could probably get great furniture on Facebook Marketplace, for goodness sakes. Don't get hung up on the fact that they're not going to sell you the patio furniture for $100.
Would you suggest using this addendum or a bill of sale?
It really depends. I mean, a bill of sale is almost better, so it doesn't have to be attached to the contract, so the lender's not considering these things. But if it's a cash deal, this is fine. I mean, most of the time you're going to see this over a bill of sale. But a bill of sale makes people feel like it's a separate transaction, almost, if you will. Yes?
Is there a check form for bill of sale?
Nope, just write it on a piece of paper is fine. Yep. Inspector information, that's the next form. The way you'll use this, and typically you'll see that it states it attaches a list of a licensed inspector, so make sure you're starting to make your list of who you would recommend, at least 3 people. I have 5, I believe, on my list, and I send it out the same way every time. And this just says that we are strongly recommending that you get an inspection. You're going to check 1 or 2, yes, I choose to hire an inspector, or no, I don't choose to hire an inspector, and then you'll get them to sign it. Any questions on that? Okay. And I actually give this to them when they sign their representation agreement, whether it's listing or buyer. If it's the listing, I show this to the seller and I say, hey, the buyers are going to sign something like this, whether they're going to choose or not choose to hire an inspector, just so you know. And then the buyers, I show this to them right away and I give them the list of inspectors and I say, call them and introduce yourself and, maybe quiz them or ask them questions or, have an interview with them. So once the time comes to go under contract, we can call the one you want right away. Okay?
Do you find that people who are buying a home
Not if they have me as an agent.
I would, I always,
Always, even new builds, we get inspected.
But do they wanna pay for it?
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
Build it,
Mm-hmm.
the buyer, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had someone that just bought a new build, and I was like, she's like, well, the builder gave us an inspection list, and it actually looked pretty good because I reviewed it. But I said, here's the thing, the builder paid for that. You pay for your own inspection, so that's your money, that's your report, so you know that it was in your done in your best interest.
After class, can I get a list from you?
Sure. Yeah. All right. Next page is addendum for sale of other property, a buyer. We went through this the other day on the Zoom call. This is a contingency, basically. If they have a property to sell, let's say you have the buyer and they have a property to sell, then you would submit this form along with the contract. So you'd have the property address, that's the first one of the property that you're purchasing. And then you'd have, under A, it says the contract is contingent upon the buyer's receipt of proceeds from the sale of buyer's property at blank. So that would be whatever house they have on the market that they're selling. And then it says on or before and whatever the date of the contingency is satisfied. So if it's already under contract and it's going to close June 2nd, then you would put in there June 2nd is when that contingency should be satisfied. It says there the date inserted in this paragraph should be no later than the closing date specified in paragraph 9 of the contract. Okay?
Okay, so the date, this contingency, say that again?
So if in paragraph 9 of the contract, it has, so let's say if you're saying I'm going to close by June 2nd of the property that I'm putting an offer on,
Oh, okay.
okay, then the contingency has to be fulfilled by that date, no later. Now, some sellers are going to say, I want you to fulfill your contingency within 2 weeks or within 3 weeks. I'm not going to let you wait until we close on the property. So that's negotiable. It is. Okay, great question. Thank you. If seller accepts a written offer, okay, so this is where people get really confused. So ask as many questions as you have. If seller accepts a written offer to sell the property, seller shall notify the buyer, 1, of such acceptance, and 2, that seller requires buyer to waive the contingency. Buyer must waive the contingency on or before the blank day of the seller's notice to buyer. Otherwise, the contract will terminate automatically and the earnest money will be refunded to buyer. So, let's say you're the seller and I'm the buyer's agent. And you, the seller agent, say, hey, Kristen, look, we just got a really good offer in and my sellers are deciding to accept that offer. So I'm telling you right now that we've accepted a written offer. You have your negotiated time to decide whether or not they're going to move forward and waive their contingency or go ahead and terminate the contract. And let's say you put in there 4 days, okay? So I, as a buyer, have 4 days, my clients have 4 days to decide to waive their contingency, meaning they're going to move forward without this contingency, or to say, you know what, that's fine, they can accept the other offer.
Okay, so you meant a backup offer, so.
No, not backup. It's not a backup offer, it's an actual offer. It's another offer. A backup offer is
So
different.
when you're doing contingency,
Mhm.
they can still accept other offers?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, there's no,
Well, this is where, this is right of first refusal.
okay.
Okay, this is a right of first refusal because you are already under contract with these people.
Right,
So
that's what
you
I'm
get to
saying.
say, no, I'm going to waive my contingency, I'm moving forward. So you're saying, no, I'm keeping this contract, and so they can't then move forward with the other contract.
But that would just mean that you would have to come up with the funds to purchase the home without relying on.
Correct.
Okay.
Let me finish and see if that answers your question. So C, buyer may waive the contingency only by notifying the seller of the waiver and depositing a certain amount of money with the escrow agent as additional earnest money. All notices and waivers must be in writing and are effective when delivered in accordance with the contract. So for instance, you've negotiated that the buyer has 4 days to determine whether they're going to waive their contingency. And if they decide to waive their contingency, they're going to submit or deposit another $1,000 with the title company. Okay, and it says, if the buyer waives the contingency and fails to close and funds solely due to the buyer's non-receipt of the proceeds from buyer's property, buyer will be in default. So, for instance, Kinsey is the buyer, and I'm the seller. We receive a great offer. My sellers say, you know what?
From Kinsey,
No,
somebody.
from someone else, from you.
Okay, from
Let's
me.
say your buyer submit an offer, we like your offer, and instead of waiting for her clients to hurry up and sell their house, we're going to accept your offer. So what we say, okay, we are under contingency. I'm going to talk to the buyer's agent to see if they're going to waive their contingency. Hold. Call the buyer's agent. Kinsey, we've already gotten an offer. My sellers like it. We're going to go ahead and tell you we're going to accept that offer. Now you go into your period of days to determine if you're going to waive the contingency. And you say, you know what, Kristen, my buyers have already told me that we want to waive our contingency. We're going to deposit $1,000 with the title company, and we have now waived our contingency. I go back to you and I say, I'm sorry, they've waived their contingency. You're welcome to write a backup offer if you'd like, which is different. And then if for some reason they can't close because their house doesn't sell, then they are in default. Most of the time that people do that, though, they have the cash to close it. They just don't want to necessarily spend it if they don't have to. They really prefer their house to close. And I've had clients do that, and then they hear of another offer coming, and they'll just waive their contingent. They'll just say, forget it, I'll waive it. Does that make sense?
Well, I don't understand okay, so when you're under contingency as a buyer, you're really not protected because
Not
the
at all.
seller, okay.
The only thing that
That's it.
protects you is that 4 days to be able to choose to waive it. But if you don't have the money to be under contingency to waive it, then no, you're not protected, because then your choice is one of two things: is to terminate the contract, so you're not protected, or two is to move forward and waive the contingency and just say a prayer that your house sells, which really is putting yourself in a bind. It's a huge, huge risk for both the buyer and the seller.
So if she couldn't come up with the money, does she get her, to waive her contingency,
Uh-huh.
she really needed to sell her house?
Mm-hmm.
So does she says, I'm sorry, I can't, does she get her earnest money back and then you accept the other offer?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Is
If
there no- I should know this, but is there no option period then, if there's a contingency? You know what?
Yeah, it's still just like a normal contract. They still get their normal option period. They still get everything else. The only thing is if another offer comes in, then the waiver time frame goes into place. That contingency determination, whether they're going to waive it or not.
Okay, see, I thought I kind of thought,
You're talking about a backup contract.
Right.
That's different.
no, I'm talking about.
Okay.
You're protected. You know, when somebody pays down your earnest money,
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of like that person, then the seller takes their house off the market.
Not under a contingency.
That's what I mean. So, okay, so they don't take them, okay, so that's how they get other offers.
That's right.
There's got to be this contingency,
That's right.
and therefore,
That's right. The reason why let's say some people will still move forward with a normal offer without a contingency altogether, even if they have another house to sell. Maybe they're 3 days from closing, maybe they're a week from closing, maybe they have the cash in the bank or something else so they can move forward. If that house doesn't sell, they can still buy the other house and they'll end up with 2 mortgages and they're fine with that. It's in most cases, though, that they don't want 2 mortgages, even if they have the money, so then they'll put the contingency form into place. These are less likely to be accepted in most situations, especially in multiple offers, but in a lot of parts of our area, they're great, especially if your listing's been on the market for a while. It's bad and good, because what happens is, I mean, how many times have you shown a property with an active contingent on the MLS? Right, most agents don't. It's actually,
See, and when we were looking to sell, our agent wouldn't show us the house, active contingent, and then the house didn't sell.
Yeah.
And then we'd already found something else, and I'm like, if she would've, you know, we could've made a backup offer.
I
something like
always
that.
show active contingent houses
Okay.
because they're still on the market.
You can
Okay.
still, I'm not saying I wouldn't show them,
Mhm.
but they're not as,
The reason why I asked you, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to tell you, the reason why I asked you that is because majority of agents see that as they're off the market.
Right.
That's just the thought process. They're like, oh, active contingent, nah, we don't want to mess with that. It's fine. What I do is I'll call the listing agent and say, hey, I see that you have a contingency on the property. How strong is the contract? Do you think they're going to close? What are your feelings? And if they say, you know, it's really strong, they're not going to accept any other offers, I may still show it to my clients. I'll tell my clients that and let them determine whether they still want to see it, and then move forward as such. But it's really still an active property, which is why it's called active contingent.
yeah.
Yeah.
What about contract pending?
Contract pending is you have an offer and you're not really accepting backups, so you're happy with the one you got. Pending taking backups, meaning you've got one, but you're willing to take a backup because for whatever reason.
It's kind of similar when you're looking at them.
Not necessarily, because people typically don't show a pending at all or a pending taking backup because people don't want to write a backup contract because then their money is tied up. We'll talk about that. Oops, that's the one. Oh wait, what is this? Notices regarding contingency under addendum for seller property. Oh yeah, hold on. We're about to get to backup. Okay, so this next form goes with contingency. This is what you would send as a seller to a buyer to remove contingency. And it says A, 1, seller has accepted another written offer to purchase the property. 2, buyer may waive the contingency by notifying the seller in writing of the waiver and depositing any required additional earnest money with the escrow agent within the time required under the addendum for sale, the one we just went over. Okay? And then 3, if buyer does not waive the contingency and deposit additional earnest money within the same time required, the contract will terminate and the earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. Or B, and then this is how the buyer's response. So it'll say, yes, we'll waive and deposit, or 2, we choose to not waive and we will prefer money refunded. Okay? Is that? Okay, great. It's kind of like there has to be a division of thought between those two and this current one,
Yeah.
the backup.
Okay.
Okay. So again, property address you're under contract on. Now, the reason why you do a backup, let's say you're in multiple offers and who knows, maybe it's an investor situation, you're not sure if the people are going to love it, or the listing agent says, hey, you know, maybe they haven't seen the property yet, go ahead and put a backup contract, or your buyers are like, look, I want to have a backup contract, you know, I want this property, so I'm willing to just tie my money up here, that's fine. You would write a backup contract for that, okay? So this is how it works. A, the contract to which this addendum is attached, the backup contract, is binding upon execution by the parties, meaning as soon as you guys executed, it's under contract as a backup, okay? And the earnest money and option fee must be paid as provided in the backup contract. The backup contract is contingent upon the termination of a previous contract. So that's where kind of some confusion was. So the original one is contingent on a property. There's no other offers at play until something comes in. And that offer doesn't become a backup offer unless it's actually a backup offer contract. Does that make sense? So that's where the difference is. Whereas this one is an actual backup offer. It's literally waiting in line, right? Whereas the contingency, no one's really waiting in line until someone else comes in and it's like, hey, I want the property.
So this says contract, so you make a whole contract like you're buying it.
Yep,
And then you attach this to it.
exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
All the first contract we did, all of that, the third party financing, and then boop, this would go on to it, okay? And it says the backup contract is contingent upon the termination of a previous contract dated, and that would be whatever the first one was executed. So you'd ask the listing agent, when did you execute that first contract? And they'd say, oh, May 8th. Okay, great. So May 8th would go there. For the sale of the property, except as provided by this addendum, neither party is required to perform under the backup contract while it's contingent upon the termination of the first contract. Meaning they don't necessarily have to, you don't have to do certain things. Your contingencies in that first contract, like the financing part or whatever, don't really start until this contract starts, except the option period. We'll talk about that in a second.
So
It-
like, you put in the backup in,
Mhm.
and then the other person falls out, you go back to your contract, and so you still have 10 days to do your inspections and stuff?
You do, yes. So you still get that time period.
After the first one has been terminated?
Yes.
Or during?
No, after the first one has been terminated. However, you pay an option money still to be a backup contract. So whatever option money you submit is your option from the start of the backup contract to the end of their other contract, and then your option period then starts and you get however many days.
Do you have to pay an additional option?
You don't unless you negotiate that. So let's say you want to pay $25 to be a backup contract because you know you're going to lose that money if you decide to walk away or they never terminate. Because typically that's what happens. Either they never terminate and it closes and the deal's done, you lose your $25 or however much you put in there. Or you're 2 weeks in, they find something else they love, they pull their backup contract, the seller still gets to keep the $25. So you don't ever get that money back. That's theirs, unless you close on the property. Okay, so let's say that happens, you pay the $25 and then you negotiate with an amendment that you'll pay an additional option money. I'm going to confuse y'all. You'll pay an additional option money to the tune of, let's say, another $175, so a total of $200 for the additional option.
If the other one falls through?
Correct. Depends on how you want to negotiate that. Okay? But I've seen people put their whole option money up. It just depends. You can negotiate it. If the buyer has the where am I at? Sorry, B. If the first contract does not terminate on or before blank, the backup contract terminates and the earnest money will be refunded to buyer. So remember, you're still paying your earnest money as well. Okay? Seller must notify the buyer immediately of the termination of the first contract. For purposes of performance, the effective date of the backup contract changes to the date the buyer receives the notice of the termination of the first contract. So it's an amended effective date, meaning that, let's say on the 8th they went under contract and then on the 15th they terminate, we immediately go into backup status. Now our amended start date is the date we go under contract, so the 15th. Let's see. The amendment or modification of the first contract will not terminate the first contract. So if they do an amendment or change it, it's not going to terminate it. And then if buyer has the unrestricted right to terminate the backup contract, the time for giving notice of termination begins on the effective date of the backup contract, continues after the amended effective date, and ends upon the expiration of buyer's unrestricted right to terminate the backup contract. Okay? Any questions on that?
And that's all been put in the first document, how many days?
Yes, yeah, so still all of those things start as of the day that becomes now the new contract, the amended contract date. So, yep. All right, lead-based paint addendum. That has to be given before anybody goes under contract. So if you have the seller, whoops, come on, there we go. So this is just gives them the lead-based paint warning. And here's where the parts that need to be filled out come in. So under B, right here, is where the seller signs. So they're going to either do 1A or 1B and 2A or 2B. 1A is knowledge of lead-based paint and or hazards on the property. B is no knowledge of lead-based paints and or lead-based paint hazards on the property.
And
Okay,
you only do this on homes 1978 or older?
correct. And then 2, records and reports available to seller. They have either checked 2A, the seller has provided a report or record, or B, they have no report or record. C is where the buyer will then check. It says 1, buyer waives the opportunity to conduct a risk assessment or inspection of the property for the presence of lead-based paint. Or 2, within 10 days after the effective date of this contract, the buyer may have the property inspected by inspectors selected by a buyer. And then, of course, it says if lead-based paint or lead-based paint hazards are present, the buyer may terminate this contract by giving seller written notice within 14 days. after the effective date of the contract, the earnest money will be refunded. Okay, so you have to have both the seller and the buyer initial and sign, and then the buyer is going to acknowledge, I have received copies, or I have received the pamphlet, so I have received copies of all the information listed above, and 2, I have received the pamphlet, and that pamphlet it's long, so it's in dot loop. You can just email it over. And then you'll notice there on the bottom, there's 6 signature lines. In the event you have 2 buyers and 2 sellers, they would each sign, and then of course the listing broker and then the selling broker. So typically your seller would fill their portion out, B, and then they would sign, and then if you're the listing agent, you will sign. And then that gets posted on MLS with the seller's disclosure and everything else. And then the buyers, once they decide to write an offer, will check whatever boxes apply, and then they will sign it and their agent will sign. Any questions? Perfect. All right, an amendment. This is what an amendment looks like. You have a couple options. So obviously this is going to be if something changes within the contract, because once it's executed, right, we don't go back and cross anything out. It's always done on amendment. So the first one is the sales price. So if the financing is going to change or the amount of money they're going to put down changes, that happens a lot. You'd do it on number 1. Which means you'd also have to change the third-party agreement, and that would be done in 9 other modifications. You could put whatever changes to the third-party agreement in number 9. So, for instance, if the conventional said you're going to, the loan was after the down payment was going to be $215,000, now it's going to be $210,000, then you would put that in number 9. Okay.
So you always have to, even if you change it a little bit, you have to change it.
If it's a box that is fillable, yes, ma'am.
Which is actually easier.
Huh?
I don't know if we did that. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know that we knew until the day of closing how much we were gonna get from our home to put into the new home. So there
I
would have
mean,
been time to do that.
It's what you're talking about is a little different. I mean, if it's like up till closing and it changes based on credits or whatever,
Yeah.
that's a little bit different.
Okay.
If the lender requires a big change, or like you're going, I have a lot of people that go from like FHA to conventional or conventional to VA. If they find out they can use their VA benefits, then that really needs to be changed. Okay. And it could be too that you're changing, you guys have negotiated a price reduction. Then it would need to be changed on all the financing forms. Yep. 2, in addition to any repairs, treatments otherwise required by the contract, seller at seller's expense shall complete the following repairs and treatments. That's going to be anything that you guys have negotiated outside of what the as is, provided that seller does these things. Remember in the original contract, this will be in addition to that. So after the inspection report or after some kind of disclosure, then it would be in there. And if it's too big to fill in there, you can do a little, say, see attachment, and then do attachment. Okay? Okay, number 3, the date in paragraph 9 is changed to.
I just remember that there was a person that put an offer and in this box they had the attachment and had a list that was, you know, a regular piece. One of them was pick up dog food. How rude.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was the previous owner's stuff, so take it with you.
So paragraph 9 is a closing.
Yes,
date.
yeah.
Okay.
So paragraph 9, if the closing date changes, you check box 3. 4, in the amount in paragraph 12A1B, that's the seller concession. So what amount are they giving to the buyer? If that changes, that will be where that change is at. Number 5, the cost of lender required repairs and treatments is itemized. See on the attached list will be paid as follows: blank by buyer or by seller, or blank by buyer if that needs to be done. 6, buyer has paid seller an additional option fee of blank for an extension of the unrestricted right to terminate on the contract on or before 5 p.m. on blank. You guys will probably use that one fairly often. Like that will be a frequent. You'll get frequent user miles on number 6. And oftentimes it's because sometimes like with the rain, if it rains all week, it's hard to do a septic inspection. And so you may have to extend, or clients are out of town, or you waited till the last minute and whatever. There's a million reasons you're going to be using that. And again, there's that little box. It will or will not be credited to the sales price. Number 7, buyer waives the unrestricted right to terminate the contract for which the option fee was paid. So that's just saying they're going to basically end their option period and waive their right to terminate during it. And I've had people do that before if they want to. It's really great in multiple offers.
For the seller, it's good for the seller.
It's great for the seller. Yeah, not great for the buyer.
Right.
But, I mean, if the buyer's like, I've done my inspections, I'm fine with moving forward, let's get over it so we can order appraisal, fine. Sometimes the seller will negotiate that you do that if they've done like a big credit or something. They're going to say, fine, you still have 5 days left. We want you to go ahead and, you know, check number 7 and we'll move forward. Number 8 is to extend the third-party financing addendum financing contingency. If you need to extend that from however many days it already is. Sometimes that does happen. And then again, 9 is other modifications. That's anything else that needs to be changed. For instance, if you find out, title company comes back and says, hey, you wrote the seller's names wrong on there, then you would change it there. Okay, so anything like that. Just factual statements. Any questions on that? All right, we've got about 5 minutes left. Let me see what we've got left, because we have quite a few things, I think. You guys just want to keep going, get through as much as we can? Okay. Okay.
Notice of buyer's termination.
So,
That one, notice of buyer's termination of contract.
okay, well, we're going to go through the lender appraisal real quick because this is super important. So this is something that's being used to negotiate. It cannot be used if you're doing an FHA or VA loan. This is only for conventional or other kind of different loans, portfolio loans maybe, but not FHA or VA. Okay?
That's because they have their own.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they have their own appraisal.
Yeah.
Addendum. Okay, so number 1, I'll tell you, you just might want to write by it. Number 1 is best for the seller. Number 2 is best for the seller. Number 3 is best for the buyer. Number 1, that means the buyer waives their right to terminate the contract under 2B, third-party financing addendum, if property approval is not obtained because the opinion of value in the appraisal does not satisfy the lender's underwriting requirements. Which means if it doesn't appraise, the buyer's going to pay for it anyway, so they better have cash in the bank. If your buyer or ever signs something like this, or you have a seller and a buyer comes in and says this, you want to see proof that they have the funds that they can pay the additional. So if it's listed at $300,000 and it only appraised for $290,000, then they might have to bring that extra $10,000 to the table. So make sure they have it. 2 is a partial waiver, and that means buyer waives buyer's right to terminate the contract under 2B of the third-party financing addendum if property approval is not obtained because the opinion of value in the appraisal does not satisfy the underwriting requirements and the opinion of value is blank or more. So this gives the buyer a little bit more control, still better for the seller because they're still waiving their right to fully walk away if it doesn't appraise. But this gives them a little bit of control. They'll say, okay, look, I said it's $300, we're under contract for it, came in at $290, I'll pay $295, but no more. And I have the extra $5,000 I'll bring to the table. And the seller, that means the seller either has to drop the price $5,000 or give a concession for $5,000, whatever that looks like. But that's what that means. I'll pay up to this much, no more, says the buyer. Okay, but it's still in the best interest of the seller because the buyer is still exercising they're terminating their right to exercise the lender's appraisal underwriting requirements. Okay, and number 3 is best for the buyer because it gives them an additional right to terminate. In addition to their already, right, the ones we've been talking about, the buyer's right to terminate under paragraph 2B of the third-party financing addendum. Buyer may terminate the contract within blank days after the effective date if the appraised value, according to the appraiser obtained by the buyer's lender, is less than blank, and the buyer delivers the copy of the appraiser to the seller. If the buyer terminates under this paragraph, the earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. So you could put the $300,000 in, or you could put whatever number you want in there. Obviously, you'd want it to be whatever you're under contract for. And this is great. Like if you feel like they're way overpriced, but your buyers are still willing to go in at that, then you definitely want to use this and see if you can negotiate it. Any questions on that? Sure? Okay. All right, release of earnest money. This is what we were talking about. This is fairly simple. This gets sent to the title company, the property address. It says the undersigned direct the title company as written in the contract, right? So whichever title company is, to disperse the earnest money as follows. It's the amount of the earnest money and then to whom it should be released to. The reason why there's more there is because maybe more than one person is owed money, or maybe they couldn't come to terms and they divided the earnest money or something. So there's more than one line because sometimes it gets divided up. Okay? Any questions on that? And you guys will have to sign that as well as the buyer or the seller. Okay, notice the buyer's termination of contract.
Get Avis's approval.
Huh?
Get Avis's approval. You can't just terminate, right? No,
Well,
this is the buyer.
yeah.
terminate.
Yeah, if the buyer terminates a contract, yeah, the seller, well, yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that. But yeah, this is buyer, so it'd be property address and of course the buyer's names and the seller's names as noted on the contract. Their choices are their unrestricted right to terminate the contract under paragraph 23. Let me remind you what that was. That's the option period. I'm gonna keep this so I know. 2, buyer cannot obtain buyer approval in accordance, so that's that third party financing contingency, right? Number 3, that is the property does not satisfy property approval in accordance with a third party financing addendum to the contract. Buyers delivered to the seller lender's written statement setting forth the reason as to why the lender just did not approve the loan.
Do you have to do 2 and 3 together then?
No, not necessarily. So 3 is like the property does not satisfy the property approval in accordance. So, and that would be like we were talking about, like if the carpet or there was windows broken and they weren't going to fix it and they couldn't. So that you're saying, hey, we could have done it, but the property doesn't satisfy.
Okay, and then number 2 is the finance.
That's right. Correct. And number 4, buyer elects to terminate under paragraph A in the addendum for property subject to mandatory membership in a property owners association. 5, buyer elects to terminate under paragraph 7A2 of the contract relating to the seller's disclosure notice. 6, buyer elects to terminate the contract, terminate under paragraph 3 of the addendum concerning right to terminate during that lender's appraisal that we just discussed. And it also says buyer has delivered a copy of the appraisal to the seller. 7, buyer elects to terminate under paragraph 6D of the contract, 6.C for residential condominium, because timely objections were not cured at the end of the cure period. And then 8 for whatever else. Any questions on that? Okay. Here's the intermediary notice. So intermediary notice, seller prospect is the buyer or the tenant from, obviously, your broker. Property address, whichever property it's on, and the date. This needs to be signed and agreed to before you execute a contract, okay, so they know. And down there, down at paragraph D, it says broker will not or will not appoint licensed associates. Obviously, if you're filling this out, typically it will be will. If it's will not, then you really need to discuss, because that means you're handling both sides of the transaction, and that needs to be clarified. And then it just says if broker makes such appointments, blank will be appointed to the owner and blank will be appointed to the prospect. So if it were me to the owner and Kinsey to the prospect, then we would do that, put our names there. And then they sign it, both parties.
Do you get like a referral for that? If somebody came up, if you had a buyer and a seller and they want you, would you refer that?
I would refer it out, yeah. Yeah, and I would ask for a referral fee. Oh, yeah. The last 2 are registration between broker and owner. This is like if you're going to go work with a for sale by owner, you would fill this form out, and you would, let's say your buyers want to make one of these offers to for sale by owner, then you would fill out the owner's information there on number 1, broker information 2. Paragraph 2 is the property information, pretty much like it is on the 1 to 4, right? And 3, whatever asking price they are asking to either sell or lease the property. Registration, so you're going to be registering the buyer's names that you're bringing to the property or by which you're making the offer. So if there are certain buyers that are making an offer, then their names would be what goes there. Okay. Term is when this starts and ends, period. So you want it to start before you guys make an offer on the property, because this is how you secure your commission and your permission to negotiate on your buyer's behalf.
So on for sale by owner, I know they're saving the 3% listing. Do they normally, is it just whatever they want to pay the broker, or do you need to find out beforehand how much they're going to pay the agent?
Sure, great question. So in the next paragraph on 6, broker's fee.
Okay.
No, it's okay. This is one of the biggest reasons why you want to do this is because they may tell you that they're going to pay you something, and if you don't do this, they don't have to pay you. That you need this for them to pay you.
The owner has to pay. Okay.
So yeah, it says if owner agrees to sell all or part of the property to prospect at any price on or before the date of this agreement ends, owner will pay the broker fee equal to either a percentage of the gross sales price or whatever B is. That could be a flat fee or a percentage plus a bonus. Okay.
So you wouldn't take this. You would take this to them before you came with your client?
I would take, yeah, I mean,
So you
sure.
don't want your client seeing all this.
Oh yeah, I would tell my client, hey, I've got to negotiate this up front just so you know, so I can protect you. That is what you want, isn't it? Yeah, of course. I want your protection. I want your negotiation skills, yeah. Yeah, it's fine to disclose it to them. It's best to.
Well, I mean, but you need to do it before. I mean,
Yes.
You don't want them seeing maybe your
Yeah,
commission.
I actually will send this, well, they're going to see your commission anyways later on, because they get the contract and it's on the contract, and then it's on all their disclosures, and they'll see the amount when you're sitting at the closing table with them. They'll see it. They're like, you get paid what? Now remember when we talked about how much goes to taxes and how much goes to my broker?
And
Yeah.
I was like, did that net sheet, and I'm like, oh God, that's hard to show someone.
Yeah, because they don't understand though, right?
Don't get it, maybe.
So B is if they're going to do a lease, you can use this for a lease. So you'd read through that and fill out appropriately. And then it says 7, which is really important. Number 7 on this next page, broker's representation. Owner acknowledges receipt of the attached information about brokerage services, because you're going to provide that to them, which is incorporated into this agreement for all purposes. During negotiations for the sale or lease of the property, the broker will either represent owner only, will represent prospect only, or will act as an intermediary between owner and prospect, which I really don't want you to do. Number 3, if you can help it, it's always best to refer one of them. Better to get a referral check that's fairly easy than to have to be on the other side of a lawsuit because someone got upset. Just saying. But this also means, like, let's say you had a listing and somebody comes unrepresented to your listing. You'll take your IABS and you'll have them write down there, I understand that Kristen Wood with Keller Williams Realty is not representing me in any way in this transaction. And they'll initial it. And then they'll sign, this is broker to owner, but you could use this that says, will represent prospect only, or will represent owner only, if that's the case. All right?
Why would you represent an owner in a for sale by owner?
No, but if you're representing an owner, well, sometimes a for sale by owner will call you and say, look, can you represent me? I have this unrepresented buyer and they feel uneasy. I want someone, so you can go and represent them for a fee and not represent the buyer. That's going to be very rare though. And then there's all these others. These are all just definitions I would suggest you read through. Then the owners will sign and the broker signs. And then, paragraph 8 talks about addenda. So other than information about brokerage services, which is already there, if there's any other addenda that need to be attached, you can do that. And then registration between brokers. This looks fairly similar but except instead of going to an owner, it's going to a cooperating broker. So for instance, if you are a member of a actress and you go to a CTX MLS listing and you're not a member of CTX MLS, they don't necessarily have to pay you commission.
What?
Yeah, you're not a member of their MLS, so they don't have to pay you commission.
How would you
Are you
find
kidding
that
me?
property?
Nope.
Anyway, how would you?
You asked somebody, or they looked it up on Zillow and found it, and you went and tried to show it. Typically, the listing agent would have to meet you because you don't have access to the property unless it has a combo box on it. Yep, they don't have to pay you. So, before you go show the property, registration between brokers, pretty much just like a for sale by owner, like we discussed. It says under 4. Well, let's do 3. It says registration. Broker registers these prospects with the listing or principal broker. Broker represents the owner of the property and cooperating broker represents the prospect. Number 4, the broker's fees. Listing principal broker is not obligated to pay a cooperating broker a fee until such time as cooperating broker's fee is earned and payable. Cooperating broker's fees are earned when prospect enters into a binding agreement to buy or lease all or part of the property at any price. The fees are payable in amounts stated below. So A is the sales. So prospect enters into a binding agreement to buy all or part of the property at the price on or before whatever the date is. Listing, principal broker will pay cooperating broker a fee equal to A, whatever percentage of the sales price, or B, it could be a flat fee or a percentage with a bonus or whatever that looks like. And leases are the same. So if there is a broker that has a lease that's not on the MLS, you would also need to do this, because oftentimes property management companies are governed by a broker, and they don't necessarily list all their stuff on the MLS. So if you find something or driving through the neighborhood and it's a broker that's listed it, then you'd have to do the broker to broker to get your commission off that lease.
And this is in dot loop, and then we can zip it over to whatever email we find for the broker? Or
Yeah.
what?
Yep. Yep. And then on the back of that, it just talks about lease renewals or subsequent sale to a tenant, related parties, and of course any addenda. And the listing broker and the cooperating broker would sign that.
So I'm a little confused
Sure.
on when you get this filled out.
So remember earlier, I'm going to give you another idea on how to use this. Earlier we discussed that page 9 has a percentage in which you're going, or page 8 I think, you're going to get that percentage, and on there it says like a 3% or whatever, okay? So remember I said that commission, that part of the contract is not where you negotiate that commission.